You're always
never me.
standing.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Mo5 is the one that hangs out with LRG.
What the fuck was that?
What was that?
Who was that? Was that Mo5?
Why would that be me?
Why'd you just bark at us?
What the fuck was
Barked you guys? That was literally Swills. Like what?
I was talking.
That was like those fucking VHS horror games.
I was mid-sentence. How could that possibly be me?
I don't know if that's a bark at all. That was awful.
That was pretty good. Good job, Mo5.
Why are you congratulating yourself?
Go fuck yourself.
This is the most confusing.
You're awful.
Yeah, maybe we'll be switching to
I forgot what I was even saying.
Did you had you started streaming yet or no?
Yeah.
Oh well.
Was that the first thing the stream heard?
Yeah, it's basically me saying, "Yeah, screw you, Swills." I was like, "What the fuck?"
I was really hoping I'd do it before, but oh well.
So I don't mean to flex or anything, but I modeled your mustache perfectly first try.
Why? What did you model it for?
I said I was turning you into an alien, whether you like it or not.
When did you say this? I don't remember this.
Like, oh, okay. You're
I'm
probably
being an alien?
fucking American.
I got no idea what you're on about.
Which alien?
You know the alien avatar that I'm making?
No.
You haven't seen me in that
right now.
What the
I
fuck?
have no idea what you're talking about.
You're fucking bugging.
I mean, I don't mind being an alien. But what?
Alien. So be sure to join Found Junior chance as well if you haven't. I don't think you have. We're missing part of. We're missing our Fimpus, one of our S's.
We're just imps.
Yeah,
just EMPs right now.
Yeah. Oon, are you alive?
Yeah.
Okay, making sure. All right. Let me see.
And once Section Beep's got to join. Oh wait.
No.
Here you go,
Right, I'll give us a very brief recap of what happened last week.
Oh my god.
What? Now you're remembering? Okay, perfect. So the start of last week, we had ended off with you being ambushed by Willy Rose, the River Rats, with the looming presence of Sleepy-Eyed Rufus, and we had returned with Newt being incapacitated, unconscious, bleeding from his head, being held hostage by Willy Rose.
And his nose.
Yes, being quite literally too much immersion. Quite literally being held hostage as collateral for you all to surrender, as Willy Rose attempted to make you basically give up everything to him. Which, using a lot of your training skills and various abilities, you guys had worked together a little bit, and very quickly and somewhat easily came to the conclusion that Willy Rose has been trying to bluff you, that your power in negotiation is much higher. And you were refusing most of his offers for obvious reasons, as they weren't very good. But then you had decided to actively involve Sleepy-Eyed Rufus. And, well, once you did, the saying that Miranda had said to Hawkins, that Rufus is usually pretty passive, but give a bandit an opportunity, and they'll take it. Give a dog a bone, and they're not going to let it up. And Rufus, you are worth more in the moment than any of the promises you tried to tell him, how you were trying to work with him and help him with his deal to look into the other gang. But that meant nothing compared to the vast amount of value on you at the moment. But having somewhat a sense of honor, and probably himself not wanting to actually get into a fight, just in case things went south, he gave you a few options to either hand over all of your Blossom badges, all of your money, or to fight, and winner takes all. You guys end up deciding to give your Blossom badges away, which probably is the lesser of those evils. Though very uninterested in that outcome, a newfound hatred began to form for, most likely, all the Riverettes, especially Willy Rose, as they walked away, cocky, victorious. There, next up, Kira, without being stopped by the rest of you, quite frankly told your entire story, ever since you met up as the oddities in the Nero Coliseum. Basically, you told Shlomo everything. For better or worse, he now knows, quite frankly, your entire story. And, well, He seemed rather happy to hear that, but rather disappointed when he realized you guys don't have a group name, as it seemed to have halted his progress and interest in writing. But you guys had went back to town. You'd all went your separate ways. Kira to go drinking, the other three to go to the pelt shack, and Shlomo just went off on his own. The three went to the pelt shack. They met Lalgrade, where they had tried to find bullets, but they couldn't. They had also basically shared information with him about Life Devour, Anthros, Mother Devortor, the location of the Frogolians, and various other things, including the swamps, as they had learned about his story where his father was murdered by Anthros, and then he witnessed a fight between Anthros and Mother Devortor. After doing that information, you guys had wandered off. You had went to Vin's Smithing Repair, where you had very quickly, without wasting much time, had gathered all of your items, including the items left by Stavros, and had briefly learned that the river rats had went there and asked about you, not wishing to put her family in danger. She, more or less, gave you guys up. Then you'd go meet Kira. Kira, who was at the tavern, the Leaping Frog, was having quite a conversation with Bertley Himmons, enjoying the swamp brew, and smoking a cigar. There you all would meet up. You would very briefly see, Kira would notice a man with a mole under his right eye, but was a bit too inebriated to recognize that as the first man you guys had encountered in the mountains. There you would make a deal with the Rashaka, giving them information, getting some money in return, and well, more or less you had also agreed to help for free drinks send a letter to Port Crevice to a man named Thomas Lipple for Bertley Himmons. After enjoying yourself getting a rest after having the shit beat out of you, you went to the stables where you quickly realized that the Squall Knights have taken all the good horses, and the stable keep doesn't seem to be much help, as he seems rather not very smart. Realizing your dire situation, as you don't have enough time, being given a deadline by the collars, the muzzles around your neck, you are now planning to go to the Temple of Revost and speak to Father Taban to attempt to find some way to get Quinten Tyest to give you horses. At least you assume he would. Anyway, you guys are currently on your way to the Temple of Revost. You're walking away from the Fairman stables, and you more or less see that the streets are pretty much the same. There are people walking around, but in this area, there's a lot of farmland. You see mostly farmers. They may have some donkeys pulling plows. Some are carrying grains. They all look very dirty. Definitely the more poor folk of this town. And once again, the stark reminder that there is no longer any tourism. This town that is usually bustling is basically a skeleton town still. As you walk through these fields, in the distance you see what you can pretty easily tell is a church. It is by no means special. It is standard. You see stone brick columns in the distance. As you see in the very front, a large stone brick spire reaches up into the sky. At the very top, it ends up in a point. You see a very old-looking bell. Large, but obviously weathered through ages. As it sits up there, ready to be rung. But something you've encountered while being in this town, you'd never hear that bell ring besides in the middle of the night. So you know it will not be ringing anytime soon. As you approach closer and closer, you see there's not very many windows on this building. It's all stone, looks rather gloomy and dusty, and you imagine it could actually look pretty normal out in the middle of an abandoned forest, as if it's been lost to time. There's not really any life around this church. There's not many good-looking flowers. It looks almost decrepit, forgotten, abandoned. As you approach, you see a staple to the Church of Vost, the cemeteries, something that very, very few churches or beliefs have. In this world, cemeteries are very rare. It is, whenever you look at it, it almost draws your attention, because to you, this is a very rare sight. There are often places where people put tombstones for their fallen, but you know the Temple of Revost, this is a real cemetery. There are bodies under the ground here. As you approach, you see, for the brief moment, a strange statue in the cemetery, but you can't get a good look at it, as it's on the side of the building. In front of you are two large wooden double doors, closed and needing repair very clearly. But you stand in front of the Temple of Revost. No one else around. Almost as if this is a part of town most people don't come to. That it's in your hands. Do you open the door? What do you do?
Right, Newt, can you give me a reminder of exactly what this man wants us to do? That farmer.
Well, Father Cabal wasn't letting his father move on to the afterlife. And he wanted us to kill him, but I don't think that's a great idea, so I told him we'd look into it. We could try and find some, nice solution.
What's his father's name? And what's the farmer's name?
The father's name is Quinten Tyest. I don't know why, his dad's name. He didn't tell me his dad's name.
Alright, so Mr. Jess.
Yeah.
Okay, fuck, I really wish Stavo was here right now. He knows a lot about these priests. Anyone here dealt with priests? Kira, oh fuck, Kira. You're a mess.
Shut up. Where are we? Why are we
We're-
here? This place
We're outside
smells.
church.
This place smells and looks awful. God, you humans believe in anything.
None of us are human.
I could have sworn you were human, Hawkins.
No, I've always been a lizard.
Oh. Well, you look good as a human.
Thanks.
Newt will begin opening the big doors.
As you see, you're trying to push these doors open, and they are probably about 12 feet high and very large. And at first, you put a little bit too much strength into pushing it open, expecting it to be a little heavier, but almost as if this wood in this door has been rotten away, it is a very, very light door. As you push it open, as it clicks with every push, as if the hinges have begun to rust, and every time you push the door, it eats away at the metal. It's corroded to it. You push open the door, and well, the first thing you see is that this place is empty, for the most part. It is a expansive, very normal church that is just one long building. You open the doors, you see the white tiled floors. They have specks of dirt as if they need to be cleaned more or need mopped or scrubbed. You see several lines of pews on the left and right. To your back, you see two staircases that go up into what you expect is the spire, where they would ring the bells in the middle of the night. Up in the front, you see a statue about the size of a human, nothing too grandiose. It shows a man without many defined features. He wears a cloak over his head as he hunches over as if he's traveling. On his back is a bundle of what first looks to be a bunch of sticks, but quickly you can tell that these are a bundle of spears. This man hunches over, holding this strap of spears to his back. He's frozen in time, as he looks to be a stone statue. He looks at you, the statue, looking over the man knelt down before it, as if it looks straight into your eyes, though there's nothing there. Simply a statue. But you do see a man. You can't really see his features. He seems to be dressed up in robes, perhaps, kneeling before, probably giving a prayer to the statue.
Can I try and do I know like what the Temple of Ross' opinions on other races are that aren't humans?
You definitely know a little bit, but also give me a religion check so I can judge how much more.
Yes, sir.
You would know right away that Temple of Vost, just because a temple believes a certain way doesn't mean a priest is going to ever be that way or any of its followers. But
I didn't know I was proficient with religion.
oh, perfect. That's even better. The Temple of Vost is a temple and a religion that follows a minor god of combat. That's one of the
How do you
domains
spell
of Revost.
Vost?
Revost?
Revust.
Revost. How do you spell that?
Revost. But it is a
REVAU spell it.
It is a religion that follows the belief in warriorism. Not really similar to who you just met, the Rashaka, who are more traditional about it. They believe a life is spent becoming a warrior, finding something to protect, and dying that way. And as such, Here in Tradoy, you probably assume no matter where you go, the priest might have a little bit of prejudice because, well, that's just how it is here in the Republic. But in general, the church accepts anyone because they do not look at race. They look at the dedication to becoming a warrior and to protecting something.
Oh my god, they don't see color.
And they also,
Alright.
it's also a religion that's highly based around war. And war does not look at race. As you walk, Newt, the three of you see Newt start walking up. As you walk, the pews seem like they were at one point really nice, but now, as if they've been worn for years, the velvet is coming up. To the left and right, you see different statues, each statue with no face, but one holds a spear, one holds a shield and sword, one has a mace and a whip. They all seem to be depictions of various warriors. Warriors that, well, you assume them having no faces represents them being forgotten, or perhaps they just represent the mass of warriors. As you approach, you see this older man. You can very quickly see he's bald as he leans over. And you can see this long beard falling closer towards the ground as he kneels, head down. He wears very normal priest attire. You guys not long ago were going in and out of the Golden Church Prosperity in Silifren as part of the hidden chain for a long time. The priests there dress very fancy. They look like nobles, each of them. But this man looks very akin to a peasant. His brown robes are ripped, torn, shabby, seem to me like they need to be cleaned. This man looks no better than any peasant. A priest? It's hard to tell. But he seems to be praying. As you hear him mutter, Revost, God of war, may the Republic follow your wake. May the rumors of war be true. Let war begin. For it's needed. As you hear him praying about the war, seemingly wanting it to happen, he has not noticed you.
I will wait for him to finish.
Oh, take a seat.
You see he continues to mutter for probably about another 2 minutes. The things he mutters mostly revolve around the shepherd of men. Let war be true so our hallowed guardians can finally have a chance to rest at peace. Peace has brought no opportunities for your children. So many are stuck in the return to reincarnation. They are stuck in the passage to Galatea. Let the war be true. As he says a few more things, and you see as he looks up to this man, which Hawkins, you would realize the statue he's praying to is, in fact, the statue. This is a depiction of Revost. Revost is usually depicted as someone that looks like a peasant, very poor, as he's hunched over, and he's always carrying a bundle or two of spears, because he is known to be a god who weaponizes the masses, who defends the peasants in time of war. So he is known to be the supplier of weaponry to the masses. So you can tell that he's looking at him, and in the hand of the priest, as he kind of stands up, you see very briefly, all of you see this symbol. It looks like it's like almost like two spears crossed, and it's all like engulfed in a flame as he holds it for a moment before ultimately letting it go as it goes back and bounces once, twice off his chest before resting at ease again. As he turns around. As you see, he's actually a little bit startled. His eyes go a little wide. Oh, there. Pardon me. I haven't seen you there. He's like blinking a few times, trying to get a gauge on who you guys are, because he very clearly does not recognize you. Are you all warriors looking for to worship Revost? Sorry, he's like wipes himself off, regains his composure. Sorry. I'm Father.
Although I like to
you?
keep an open mind, I do have some questions for you, Father.
He tilts his head. Of course.
There's this
Well,
guy who, recently came to my
Oh.
notice that he's having some issues.
Does he need the teachings of Ravost? Do you
Well,
need the
I
teachings
guess
of
he needs
Ravost?
some help taking his father to the afterlife.
Is his... He kind of looks at you, he kind of like, as if he's trying to catch his words. Though I am a priest of Ravost, we don't really specialize in giving final farewells to those about to die. Not that I can't, it's just... It's not our specialty. Though we are the only church here, so I may have to do... Who is it? I probably know them.
He goes by Quinten Tyest.
Quinten Tyest. What?
He's a farmer.
Say his name one more time. Maybe I heard you wrong.
Quinten Tyest.
Quinten. As you see, he's
Quinten
like,
Tyest.
give me a moment. As you see, he kind of reaches into his robe, as he pulls this little satchel thing that on the end of it is tied a book, almost similar to how wizards have a spell book. But he opens it up, and you see on the front it just says "Repertoire of Members of the Temple of Fawnde and Maplewood." As he starts basically flipping through this book, and very briefly, he's not trying to hide anything. You can see that there's lines and lines of names. Most of the names are all crossed out, though. Very few seem to not be crossed out. Those are Quinten. Ah! You mean Quinten Tyest?
Yeah,
No.
that sounds pretty similar.
Is it Tyest or Jest?
If you have Tyest, it might be that. I might just misheard him.
Well,
Is there another Quinten?
Well, not one that is in here. And even Quinten Tyest is... He doesn't really show up anymore. Not since his father died.
Yeah, that sounds like him.
Yeah, he's, Quinten Tyest. Well, I can't blame him. He's not much of a warrior. Not too many people care about coming to the church. It's a shame. As he kind of looks around. I'm the only caretaker. I do my best here, but... No one cares about the Temple of Fawnde unless you're a warrior. Or unless war's around. Peasants are so... Or people are so fickle. He's one of those. So I know him, I guess, but he hasn't been here. And
Yeah, I heard he's
Yeah,
having
yes.
issues with his father and going to the afterlife.
his father's... Oh. I see. That's what this is about. How much do you know about how the worshippers of Ravost work?
Not at all.
Well, his father... I'll keep it simple. Those who worship Ravost come in two forms. You have the vow makers or the vow protectors. I am a protector of vows, as a priest. But then you have those who are warriors, and they're the vow makers. Old Robert Tyest, he was one of the vow makers. He had become a warrior, found a reason to fight for, and dedicated himself to Ravost. Now, while we do fall under the domain of the Reans, we are very... Ravost, and the way to become a warrior truly is not as easy as dying and becoming a walker Paduda. Whenever you die in battle, you're buried in our cemetery. As he kind of points to a door in the back that seems to be going out into the cemetery. Or you assume, and it's in the same direction. In our cemetery, though many people find it questionable, we bury those who die. And, well, eventually I'm sure you know what happens to those who cannot walk and return to Galatea as a walker Perdita. They turn into undead. So, whenever we bury them, they become what we call a hollow guardian. They are not allowed to return to Galatea and be reincarnated until they die in battle twice. Once as a mortal, and once as a hollow guardian. So, poor Robert, and the reason I was praying earlier, can't have his soul released because there's nothing to fight. He kind of starts walking. Here. We can go. Let's go out there and see his. I'll show you. Come with me. As he starts trying to walk to the back door.
Oh, he's
Gather your
here now.
friends. Oh, he's always here.
I'm gonna look back towards Kira and like.
You see Kira literally just flayed all over the bench, just like.
Okay.
Hawkins, could you go get Kira?
Oh yeah, sure. All right, we'll see.
And,
See, you just
I'll
kinda
keep
walk
following
too.
while they come out.
So what's up?
Am I? I also drank the fucking
That's up to you.
swamp brew. Am I drunk?
Up to you if you want to make your check or not. It's on you to figure out how much you drink.
All right, I'm currently. I guess Hawkins picks me up.
Kira, I think we're gonna go see a dead body. I think you're gonna want to see this.
Wait, who's that body?
Oh, it's gonna be. Was it the farmer's uncle?
I
Farmer's
stick my hands out like, pick me up. Come on.
Oh, all right.
Mr. Fawnde,
You
how
can walk
about
for yourself,
you?
but I'll fucking pick you up.
Just let me put my
Lazy
arms
kid.
around you. Let me be spoiled for once.
I just put it over my shoulder like a sack of potatoes, you know.
I'm like,
Okay.
What's the check for if I'm drunk?
Probably
con
Constitution, right?
Save. Probably no con save.
oh!
It's up to you how that.
Does that mean I failed it?
That's up to you. I didn't have really a check. I mean, you're the one seeing if you want to be drunk.
I'm passed out on the chair.
As you walk by with Kira, you see that it seems Kit has. You've seen his hand very briefly. You see that he's actually drank a lot more of the swamp brew than anyone even realized. And it seemed to suddenly hit him. Almost like he was
I don't know,
drinking
he's
without
got-
realizing.
Fit that much liquid in his body. I'll get him. I hung him over my other shoulder.
Put him in the baby thing.
I left it in my bag. I'll just. All right. Yeah. One second. I'm gonna put Kira back down on this bench. I go open my bag, get the baby carrier that I fashioned. There we are. Put Kira back on. All right. Let's go. You fucking drunk.
Poor Kit. Poor Kira.
Hey, get
as
your
you-
own ride, dwarf.
Dwarf.
Kira, he's a gnome.
They're both the same thing.
He's too far out.
Well,
Kinda rude.
I see what kind of drunk you are.
Anyway, I'll go at the door with Father Cabal.
Yeah, you see there's just kind of a door here on the stone. You walk past this faceless warrior. He opens a door and opens up into this kind of grassy area, which you had walked by partially beforehand. There's these high-rise stone and metal, basically gates and walls, kind of like a fence that circles around the cemetery. Inside, you see various gravestones, and I want you all to make a perception check as he's walking. Normally, I would take you to his grave, but there are plenty of people like him here. He is not just... There's not just Robert Tyest who is suffering here. Kira and Kit, you two are a little bit too inebriated
I
to
imposed my own
Yeah.
towards a disadvantage. So
Epic. Nice call. But yeah, both of you are a little bit too to really catch what's going on. But Newt, you can definitely faintly hear it. You are pretty used to, as a salamander, you're pretty used to, naturally your ears are really in tune with hearing more sensitive things. And Hawkins, you know a decent amount about the Church of Avost, enough to know what to look for. And very briefly, you all just hear a... You just hear knocking coming from underground. It's very muffled, though. But you hear it's like scraps and pounds and knots. And you can tell they're all coming from the ground around you as you start walking through the cemetery. You can hear it, can't you? Oftentimes at night, you may have heard the bell ring. Not many come and join me, but we usually sit out on a vigil for the Hollow Guardians. We listen to their cry, Militis, as we show respect to those who have fallen before us. Every night I come out here and I hear their cries, their pounding, their will to fight again, but I can't let them go.
So the only way for them to move on is to die again.
Yes. To die in battle once again. They die.
Could we
in
help them
life,
do that?
potentially, but there's things that we met. You see, they die in life, protecting what they believe in. They each make what we call a reversed promise. A promise to something, anything, to protect, to fight for. And they die in life for it, and they die in death for it. And only then are they allowed into the ring of Galatea to be reformed, to grow, to come back again. But unfortunately, due to this, sometimes they're stuck here for a long time, especially in times of peace. He kind of like rasps his finger on his beard. I believe it was a few years ago was the last time we managed to release any of them. Oftentimes I pay adventurers to go out and gather the bodies of those who get lost in the marshes and die out in the nearby area, and we bring them here to be buried. But it's not very often we can find opportunities to send them off to die. I believe it was 3 years ago that we got help from the Golden Church of Prosperity. They sent a very prominent young paladin out, though. I suppose now he's rather controversial. I think he's been excommunicated as well. That would be nice if we could have someone like him come out and help lead an expedition.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Do you? Well, if you believe anything in religion, I'm sure you have.
He gave me Stavros gave me the thingy, right?
What thing, yeah?
The piece of like the letter, piece of paper, or whatever it was. He gave me the thing because I was gonna go see Father Cabal, and I never got it in my inventory.
When did you give that to you?
Whenever he left with what was his name? Boltitude. Or
He
whatever.
he didn't give any letters. He gave a letter, but that was his farewell. That Kira has that. He returned, I think Kit might have it on him, returned the bottle of wine that he was going to use as a gift to Father Cabal.
Yes, that.
I don't know who has it though. You have to talk. I don't know if you have. It's in someone's inventory.
I just have
it's-
wine, but I think that was just
Now, if you have wine, that's what it is. If it's a bottle of wine.
Oh,
Yeah, it's probably him.
Pardon?
Are you talking about a Stavros?
Seems you've heard about his thesis and his wild statements. I don't really care about that much, but kind of on the edge of the rings anyway. Not many people look at us very kindly.
Well,
As you can tell.
he was pretty close with us. He traveled
Oh,
with us
so-
for quite some time. Yeah.
He seemed like a prominent young man at the time, but it's unfortunate he's ruined his own life. He's put on those bad mistakes that sometimes you make as a young lad and you just can't live down. It's regrettable.
Well, unfortunately, it might have caught up with him, but hopefully, he's doing his best out there.
I'm sure there's plenty of loyal followers who wish to get their hands on him. Just because churches are supposed to be good, there's always very zealous members.
Well, do you mind telling us the story of what promise Robert made?
Well, that is not necessarily for me to say. Many a times the warriors, the vow makers, and the vow protectors won't share their promise. You have to imagine it is the most sacred thing to them. It's also their biggest weakness. I do not know exactly what he protected. Perhaps it was his family, something in town. But he died eventually. I don't know if it was for protecting it or not. But in his death, his body was shipped here, as he was an avid member. And naturally was buried, to wait until there was an opportunity to defend something again, to fight again. He's been buried here for years. His poor son was the one who carried him here. But his son doesn't seem to understand what it means to be a vow maker, to have a promise of Rivost. He doesn't understand that if his father was alive, his father wouldn't want to just be sent off to Galatea to be reincarnated. He thinks there's an easy
That's
solution.
something I think that's something, whenever it comes to family, you might not really realize.
Yes, well, of course. He's blinded by it. So much so that the poor boy is losing everything. I wish I could help him, but it's not easy to get approved to send, to make an expedition to send the Hollow Guardians back to Galatea. The last one, as I said, was a couple years ago. So, they sit here every night, and if I get lucky to convince someone, or if there happens to be a wandering warrior, we'll come here and listen to their beating, their cries and milites, their cries to fight.
What would we need to do to help his dad go on an expedition?
I suppose you need to find something worthy of an expedition. The last one was raiding there was a small horde of, mostly I believe goblinoids and a few other creatures that was forming. It was reported, and we managed to use that as a solution to send in the Hollow Guardians as a vanguard. And not all of them died, but most of them did. Valiantly, of course. Not like we just send them off to be slaughtered. They died in battle. However, it's very dangerous. We can't just send them off. You have to have a team of priests and other things because, the Hollow Guardians lose their reason in death sometimes. Their drive to protect and to fight sometimes blinds them, and they will turn on those who are there to support them. It is very unhonorable to fight a Hollow Guardian, to stand in their way. It dishonors the tribe milites. So, I suppose the best way is find something that can be used for that, to get something approved. Or, as he kind of smiles, it's unfortunate to say this, not that I wish for war, but unfortunately, following Rivost as most gods, it's very hypocritical. While we protect the peasants of war, Rivost also, the Church of Rivost also finds a lot of success in war. You see, the time of peace has brought dust, cobwebs, dirt, and a pile up of the Hollow Guardians here. But war would bring a lot of prosperity. In the pain of others. In war, our church prospers. Unfortunate, but that is our hypocrisy. So, I suppose either you can push for war, or find a reason, and somehow convince one of the other churches to set up an expedition.
Thank you. I think that's all I needed to hear.
Yes. Won't be easy, but perhaps. Or maybe it'll naturally solve itself. Sometimes things happen, but...
Are you able to approve expeditions?
Expeditions...
Who do I go for that?
Oftentimes you'd probably go to the main church. Here, the Church of the Readings. Or perhaps you could go to the Ordos Triumphant, but we fall under the domain of the Golden Church of Prosperity and High Bishop Zentria. So usually we go to him. Not that I can't allow expeditions myself. Ultimately, they have to go through me. But as I had said, they're very dangerous. If you don't have enough trained individuals, the Hollow Guardians, in their madness, could become devils.
You can't approve of them.
Yes. But I won't unless
Okay.
there's a good enough defense.
Of course.
As you guys are walking, you finally get up to a grave that pretty normal tombstone. It has a circular top. On it, you see carved Robert Tyest. And under it, you see the little, the words, his last sayings. Though I have failed to die an honorable death, my honorable death will come in my second life. Please, let there be no shame. Let my bones burn forth the flame that'll keep my family safe. Seems to be a small statement, poetry, not really about his life, but sort of probably about his promise, about his belief, about him being a follower of Avast, one of the vow makers. As you get closer, you can hear just another. And once you listen to it closer and closer, it seems to get louder, but it's still muffled.
If you could you
underground.
type out what it said on his tombstone?
Yes. Give me a minute though. I'll get back to that.
Could you type out that sound that it made?
As you can
I'm trying to
hear,
take notes for you guys.
as you can hear what Father Caban has said, you can hear the cry militis, the cry of the Hollow Guardians, their cry out for battle, to be killed again, to fight, to protect. But it is very quiet. Tonight, all you'll be able to hear is those sounds. How unfortunate. The cries. The only person to watch, myself, and as he turns around, and him. The faceless king of nothingness. You kind of turn around, you see the statue again that he had once saw, very briefly, kind of the side view of it, whenever you were first entering the church. You see this, the statue that he has labeled the faceless king of nothingness. You see its face, very similar to that of the statues inside, is blank. You can see like the rough features, but there's not really any eyes or anything to tell you what this person looks like. Unlike the ones inside, this statue stands probably about 20 feet tall. On it, it stands a horse, or it sits a horse that also has a featureless face. Standing on its back is this warrior in this grandiose armor, all clad in marble and stone, as it seems to have these black specks of mold and things where it has not been cleaned in a long time. In its hand, it holds a lance. In its other hand, it holds the head of another faceless creature. And on the top of its head, with its long, flowing marble hair, you see the one thing that is not made out of marble, a very large golden crown that sits upon its head. I would like, if anyone's interested in knowing, they can do a history check on it. Otherwise,
I will do one of those.
it is a
I'd
tragedy.
like to as well.
It's a tragedy that peace brings such depression to our church. How unfortunate. Newt, you really don't know all too much about what this is. You assume it probably has something to do with the afterlife. Some sort of statues in churches usually relate to gods or things that, or deities or things that have similar power, but you don't really know what. Hawkins, you and
Is this the same crown that
Go on.
the frog, what's this thing? Lollihops was looking for?
Let me get inside check.
Okay.
All you know, I mean, you were told the quest, and you have the quest you looked at. All you know is that they had said, Pathanisim had told Lollihops that there is a golden crown in Maplewood somewhere. And if you can acquire it, you can go through the ritual to become Froggle King with the help of Mother Devortor, assuming she has enough power at the time. So all you know is that there is a crown somewhere. And, well, you've been to most places, and unless someone's hiding it in their town or it's hidden away in the town hall or something, this is the only crown you've seen. And it looks pretty nice.
Okay.
But for Kira and Hawkins, whenever you kind of look at this, Kira, you have a bit of a harder time. It takes you longer to really comprehend and think about it. But for Hawkins, it's pretty fast. But you realize this is, as he had said, the faceless king of nothingness. He is the one who rules over the void of death and the nothingness that exists there. A lot of people have an issue of... a lot of people kind of blur the line of if he is a god of death or not, but in reality you would know that he is not officially a god of death. Instead, he is a god that resides over the void that comes after death. Whenever you become an undead, whenever you don't reincarnate, because if you don't reincarnate, there's nothing. That is the belief throughout the world, for the most part. And that's the reason he has no face, because no one knows him. There's a saying that says, the one who has lost its own name. He is the one who's lost his own name. And he is the king who has no kingdom. The king of no people. He is the king of nothing. He is basically one who is often portrayed in situations where there's a divergent in fate. If there's a divergence in the path you can go, often he is very similar to what you might imagine the Reaper, one who guides people to death. He sits at the crossroad of reincarnation and nothingness. At the crossroad of if you will be able to become a Walker Berduda or be cremated, if you'll be able to reincarnate in your own way, or if you'll turn into an undead, your soul being emptied and sucked of its vitality and, well, ceasing to exist. So, in this situation, you assume he is here because he is one who presides over the fate of those here. Because these Hollow Guardians are basically stuck in a limbo. They're stuck at the crossroads. And he is the one who watches the crossroads. But that's what we kind of get. Father Kamban doesn't really seem to think too much about it. He just kind of looks up at the statue and you just hear and he kind of starts walking back. It's unfortunate that the hypocrisy of religion is so strong. It sucks that, well, it's a shame, very unfortunate that Quinten Tyest and his father Robert and countless others here in the cemetery must be stuck. They will not be able to reincarnate because of peace. There needs to be violence, combat, war, danger for them to ever truly grow. For God, who wishes to protect the peasants, you can't protect them.
It seems we might be able to help Robert at least, but we'll have to return later.
Yes, well, he looks at you all. I can tell that none of you seem to be followers, even though you all seem to be warriors, or adventurers at the very least. I could always teach you more. I could help you become a follower of Vost if you wish. And, you know, every time
No thanks.
He kind of looks back. And he's like, well, suit yourself. It's not for everyone. Especially after what I've shown you, I can't blame you. To know you may not be reincarnated is a damning fate. And every time he walks, you guys get back into, open the door, he walks back inside, and you notice, every time he walks, you've been hearing this weird tapping sound, and it's not something you really noticed right away, but especially on this marble, you kind of hear it. For some reason, every time he walks, every other step, he taps his left foot twice. And you have no idea why. It's like this, it seems to be a weird tick he has. He steps, and then twice with his left foot. Steps, twice with his left foot. And it just seems to be how he walks. You have no idea why. But he does that. He kind of looks back and he says, Yes, I understand. It is unfortunate, but if you ever change your mind, we're by no means... He kind of looks around and you see cobwebs as if to mock himself. By no means are we full and unable to take new believers.
We'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yes, well, I hope you all can find a chance for the poor Hollow Guardians to find an honorable death, an honorable fight, to return to reality at the ring of reincarnation, and to be able to come back and fight again.
We'll go look into it. We might have an idea. But, I think we gotta go, guys.
Yes, let me lead you out, as he seems to be leading you guys.
I'm gonna tap Hawkins in the head. All right, let's go.
I'm going.
Are you sure you're not human, Hawkins?
Yeah, I've got a tail.
Oh, okay.
And scales.
I just imagine Hawkins giving Kira like a wet willy with his tail.
As you guys walk and get closer, he's walking very slow, and you hear that double tap of his foot. He's like, and he's trying to talk while he's walking. I hope you all a safe journey, and I hope you find success in finding something to subjugate. If you happen to find any dead warriors out there, please don't hesitate to bring them back. I'll probably even give you a slight reward. At this point, we're just collecting bodies.
May I ask, by the way, where would you say like the main temple of Revost? Where would that be located? If we were to try and get some of these people to die again, find some battles for them.
Well, do you mean the headquarters here in Kadoy, or do you mean?
Or in Kadoy, ideally, somewhere within,
not
too far away.
Most of the temples of Vost have suffered the same fate. After the end of the continental liberation wars, there hasn't been very much. It's been peaceful. As such, peace dwindles. The care of our temple, peasants, people who are not warriors don't give a damn about us until they have to. You won't find many places that are worth anything. The old headquarters has basically diminished, and our church has diminished throughout Kadoy. You'll find our presence stronger the closer you get towards the Avum Order, as they are a nation full of warriors. Right now, our headquarters of the church is located there. It's not too far from here. A couple weeks' journey.
All right.
Otherwise, you may find shambled temples like this one in various places.
So the only people with the authority to get these bodies to die again, or these people, are in the Avos Order?
No, the Avum Order is just where headquarters is. I can give the authority at any time. It's just...
Oh, sorry, I must have
It's just we need... As I said, they are still the Hollow Guardians. In their lack of reason, they've gone mad being trapped underground for so long. If they win their fight against whatever foe they're up against, they're blinded by their passion to fight and protect. So blinded that sometimes they'll even hurt the things they wish to protect. That's why we need enough paladins and clerics and other holy people to be able to keep them in check. If they don't die in battle, they have to be strong enough to escort them back and not let them go out of hand. So, the reason I say we need to get orders, the last time it was allowed by the Church of Growth and Prosperity, because they sent their warriors out to help, including the one who seems to be your friend. who has now gone rogue. So basically, we need to get enough capable men together for it to be authorized.
All right, I understand.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. As he's kind of walking, he kind of, whenever you're about to walk past him, you see at the end of the door, you see this giant sign. You see a little box, this giant sign that says donations. Please. As he kind of like nods over to the donation box. There's like giant sign that says donations. As you feel his stare on the back of your neck.
Hey, why'd you stop? The door's right there.
Yeah, one sec. I want to put my pocket into Kit's pocket. My hand into his pocket and try and take like 5 silver.
Oh my god. I'm just gonna like lightly smack your hand.
Oh, you're awake?
But like it's a fucking wet noodle.
You just like, no, stop.
He fucking growls at you.
They got
Can't even make words anymore.
You're like Stitch, bro.
Mr. Kit, are you gonna try and stop me?
I just keep like lightly slapping you.
Kit is turned into
It
Stitch.
feels more like
when
I'm
we
petting
learn
you than
Stitch.
anything.
Should I try a dex to see if I find any?
Well, that'd be more of a investigation, probably.
Investigation?
Yeah.
That's fine, I'm better at that.
What are you trying to do? You're just trying to get money out of his pocket?
I'm trying to get 5 silver. Oh.
You're reaching around and, well, you grab something and it's paper and you know it's paper and you're like, okay, well, this obviously isn't money, but you're like, what's Kit? Maybe he's hid his money inside this, whatever this wad of paper is. As you pull out the paper and, you just want to check it, you open it up and it's the drawing of Jeffrey's dick.
No.
Oh.
Wait, that was prestidigitation.
Oh,
So
was
that
it?
wouldn't be
Well,
there.
There was someone made a copy, I'm pretty sure, and somewhere. Well, it's there now. It's been put on you. You don't know why.
Oh.
It's
Touched his
Oh.
dick.
I'll put that back. And I'll take 5 silver out of my pocket instead.
At getting a rude
Drop it in.
awakening, you very briefly think maybe this is a sign from God. Maybe I shouldn't use someone
Yeah,
else's money.
Or I'll put that back. Oh, my mistake. Oh yeah, I popped 5 silver in the pot. Thank you for your time. We're gonna head out.
It's so regrettable that not enough people show respect to the warriors who have fallen. But you make them proud. And it gives you kind of like a half smirk and then like a genuine smile at the same time. You can tell that he's, smiling, but he's also kind of happy that he managed to get you to pay him.
Motherfucker.
As he waves by, if you see old Joseph Loom, tell him to stop by. His confession's in a few hours.
Alright, actually, we were planning on going to see him. You don't happen to know where his farm is, do you?
I don't think we're talking
We're
about
not
the same
gonna
man.
see Joseph Lou.
Oh, right, sorry, no, wrong person. I'm
I'm talking
thinking
about
of,
the old geezer who's the captain. The one who retired
Right, yeah, not
after the
Flume.
wars.
No, I'm thinking of, fuck, what was his name? No. Korst? Kavorst?
Quinten.
Quinten?
He just... Father Caban is just kind of like
Quinten?
concerned.
Quinten who?
He's just concerned.
You're bad with information. I'm so sorry. We'll try and get a.
Well, I didn't really
What
speak
was
with
it?
him.
What's his name?
Well, you,
As long as your
yeah,
pockets
but
are heavy,
I'm bad with names.
as long as your pockets are heavy and generous, be as bad with information as you want.
Yeah, we'll send Joseph Flume your way on our way out.
Sure. Yeah, tell him yep, it's time. Old sinner.
Yeah, but Quinten. No. What's his name?
Quinten Tyest?
Yeah,
That's his name.
you don't happen to know where his farm is, do you? We all go see him.
I do.
Oh, you do?
Uh-huh.
Oh. Pretend I didn't say anything, father.
Do your best.
I
You know
blush,
that.
but I'm cold-blooded.
May you follow his wake.
I don't
He
know what
says
that
that.
means.
Well, you probably would actually. Well, you mutter that, and he says, "It's a. Just take it as our saying of following your ambitions.
All right.
Follow in
Yeah.
your boss's wake. Follow your ambitions and your pride."
I think our current ambitions is to go back to the pub. Come on. Come on.
Kira, I want to drop you.
Don't do that.
As you guys push open
you-
the door and start walking out, may you follow his wake. Last thing you see is he kind of like bows as the door shuts.
And also with you. All right, Newt. Where to? Lead the way.
I lead
Let's
the
go
way
see
to the
Quinten.
farm.
Perfect. Add up here fast.
Okay. So to explain, or I guess this is just a conversing in character, but I'm not gonna do my voice. We are most definitely not. We're gonna go with the plan of we haven't figured it out yet, but we need horses to go travel to Port Crevice, to go find his dad an expedition, which will let him move on to the afterlife. What do we think?
We have a lead in Port Crevice of people who can help us with the expedition, and then
Yes.
yeah, and we need to get there as fast as we can, unless they leave, so we don't miss them.
Yeah.
Where are we
I
getting
think
these horses?
I think it'll work.
And we're
Quinten
gonna ask
Tyest, the guy
Quinten
that
to
wanted to
borrow-
kill Father Cabal, but I told him that I wouldn't kill him. I would just go look into it for him. So now I'm gonna go follow up with that
And
and
we're
tell
gonna
him that
see-
we found a lead and that we need horses to
need
get
horses.
there as fast as
Like,
possible.
we can offer to buy them at market value, or we can ask to just rent them at market value, or something
Yeah.
like whatever he likes. So we're not like stealing from him. Might be more likely for him to say yeah.
But I figure he wants his dad moved on to the afterlife as because he offered to give up his entire life, basically, like everything he has.
Oh, 1 second. BRB.
So
Oh, the Church of Avast. What a unique place.
cool place.
It is one of the more unique churches under the Church of Reins. One of only a handful of actually cemeteries. Well, actually use them, Their job swills for remembering the quest for a crown. That's impressive.
I just heard crown. I was like, where have I heard about a crown? Then I was like, oh shit, lollipops.
Oh yeah, we're coming back for that, so don't worry.
I mean, I don't know if we'll steal it, but if we tell lollipops exactly, like if we're passing through and we see him, he's like, this is exactly where it is, like, and maybe we'll be thankful, like, oh, it's exactly at the cemetery on this statue at the Revost Temple of Revost.
Yeah, but how cool would it be if we brought it to them? We became kings, or like one of us became king of the Frogolians.
It's not for us to be king; it's for him to be king.
Oh,
Because Lollipops wants to be
He-
king, so he wants a
And
crown.
then we assassinate him.
Well, Pythonesium.
Oh, I don't care then.
Well,
Never mind.
Pythonesium. Well, you could. It's not like you still can't get rewards from it. I mean, if you
I
do,
know,
if you
but
do such a big favor,
Nothing's
you
as good as being king of the frogs. Okay.
Yeah, but at the same time, like if you bring the crown back, you suddenly have an alliance with like a literal thousands of well-trained frogs.
Yeah, and that's exactly
true.
what Chronos wants. Oh, not Chronos, but that's what Bulk. No, not yeah, Bulk wanted
Well,
for us to make allies.
for you in particular, yeah. And even
Yeah.
Stavros said that in his farewell. Like you guys would know that is like a. You
But
guys
Bulk
are
didn't like the frogs though.
well, you guys are in this weird spot of like where Chronos needs people, and then Stavros is trying to get you guys to collect allies, and then then Hawkins has his own thing. So there's like 3 different places of like where you want to have allies for what, for what side.
Yeah.
We should look out for turtle witches, maybe.
It's such a
So it's such a precise.
exactly. That's what I was thinking. That's such a precise thing to look for.
Yeah, we need
Guys,
witches that are
guys,
also turtles.
I'm telling you this right now. we need to keep our eyes out for turtle witches.
Not the turtle witch.
I feel like that's
I'm
going to become
telling
an
you.
enemy. I just have that feeling that Fawnde's going to whip out the turtle witch.
Oh yeah, you'll be seeing it soon.
Where? Yeah, there's. I don't know. I feel like there is going to be a turtle witch at some point.
Here's the thing with turtle witches: they bring their hut everywhere they go.
With finger.
If
Not
they
a turtle
touch you with
witch.
their finger, you fucking croak over.
Croak over. Okay.
All right, do we all have the plan?
Me and Kiro were fucking
You
out
might
of
want
it.
to get the
so not
exact
really.
wording we're going to use. We can do that in character.
I know what I'm gonna say.
Are we taking 5-10 minutes, Fawnde, or are we?
Well, I was taking my break at Mo5 is also on one, so I have no idea. I mean, if you need to do something.
Okay. I'm saying I'll be back. I'm going to set food up.
Okay.
So I haven't eaten.
Okay, back. Sorry.
Interesting timing. What about?
Yeah,
Oh,
he
Swill's-
came back
Swill's
right
just-
as Swill's left.
It's really funny because
Oh.
I came back to Rise Mo5 left, Swill's left, Rise Mo5 came back. A little train.
You know, now that I think about it,
I'm gonna give it a second, then I'm gonna
in
go.
the same room.
Are we gonna make it water?
Who's in the same room?
Mo5 and Swills. I've never seen them in the same room.
In VR?
Coincidence?
Yeah, same person this entire time.
Thinking.
They're really impressive.
I think you might be onto something there, Peebus.
I think you're a genius.
I don't think I know.
I don't think. At all.
Pretty hot.
Huh?
Is that pretty hot? Oh me oh my, sweet butter apple bunny pie.
Buns, ketchup, pickle, cheese. Put that patty in between his burger. What? Burger. What?
Sunshine, blah blah blah.
I got this feeling inside my bones. Can you get copyrighted if someone's singing like a copyrighted song?
I
No.
don't think so.
Okay. Oh, thank God.
That's
I got
if you-
worried.
Yeah,
Wait,
what the
what?
fuck?
I'm not even.
Why wouldn't you be able to sing?
You can't.
I don't know.
It's not even that big of a deal right now. Actually, the only person who's ever become an issue for is like a couple VODs ago. I uploaded to YouTube and like I had to like mute like 20 seconds because Peebus, I think, during one of our braids played some shit.
Was it the fucking?
Back.
Was it Bangarang?
I don't know what
that
it
one?
was. I just.
Bow, 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 bow.
I'm back. Okay,
That's
never
true.
mind.
I got we're back.
and I had to, like, mute
yeah,
it,
that
like,
makes
20
sense.
seconds.
Why was that so close to the actual song?
Yeah, I know. Like, I love it when Peebus does that. Like, it's so
Because
good.
I'm really good at it.
You should
That's my
You should have heard
favorite
Peebus
song.
doing all the fucking Mycelium monsters.
Yeah,
Dude is like really good.
Can you please do it again? I need to hear this.
I was doing the tier list for all of them, and this guy goes bomb, and this one goes doo wop.
You should make all
So it
kinds of
goes,
weird noise. Yeah, I'm like, this guy can just be the voice actor for Mycelium monsters.
And this guy goes.
Peebus, if I had to suggest anything for an investment, you need to get one of those pedals that allow you to like separate your audio, so that way you can have like a loop going. I think it's literally called a loop pedal. So that way you can do all of the My Singing Monsters and loop it all together with just your
record it.
voice.
I don't have to do it like in live.
Yeah, I know, but it'd be way funnier if you just slowly do it in live and like you do them one by one.
That'd be a Peebus's new VR chat. Terror on
Yeah,
people.
that would literally.
Wait,
Swills would
Peebus,
actually
you have
come
to
down
get
if
you
I did
have
that.
to get
You'd need
you
a
have to get a
mixer,
loop pedal. It'd be so funny.
All right.
I'm back. I put some chicken in the oven, so I might
Boom, boom.
disappear for like 5 minutes, but I'll let you know.
Okay, that's fine. All right,
Bum,
you
bum,
guys. Well, I think you guys wanted to verify what you're saying. I don't know. It's up to you. Or unless you guys are.
Right, no.
I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but no, I'd like to know what you're going to say. So that we can, have our story straight and we're not walking onto each other's toes.
Okay.
Since we're the only two people who
Well-
are absolutely smashed out of our
Well,
minds.
I I plan to
if you
knock
say
on the door
anything,
because it's late.
I'm
Okay, I
I'm
plan to knock
tying
on
you
the
up.
door because it's late.
You guys are all
And I'm
talking.
gonna... And I plan to... Guys, I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up.
This is literally the fucking meme I sent earlier.
I'm going to
Guys, I'm gonna need you to be
knock on the
quiet
door.
so that Newt can say what his plan is.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna knock on the door. And I'm gonna be like...
Kit, hands to yourself. Alright, you were. Go ahead, dude.
This is the least funny bit.
I want you to know,
This is very
if, any,
important.
if anyone speaks, I'm just gonna stop.
Right.
So, I'm gonna knock on the door. And I'm gonna tell him, hello, Quinten. We met before, and I'm looking into your father's afterlife. And he's gonna say whatever he says. And I'm like, did you figure out a thingy? Blah 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 blah. And I'm gonna be like, well, we're working on that right now, but we have to go find him an expedition for him to live out his wishes. And after he lives out his wishes, then he can move on to the afterlife. And then, I'm gonna say, we were wondering if we could maybe get some horses. We're willing to buy them for market price. And then he'll be like, wah, 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 wah. And then, then it'll go from there.
I think we should make him think that it's a very time-sensitive thing, and that way you need horses to get there on time.
You want me to say that? Like, we're in a hurry and we have, like, just a week, and we don't know if we can make it in a week.
We fear that the people we're trying to meet at Port Crevice are going to leave very soon. And we need to catch up to them with horses. Let us buy your horses.
Okay. I'll add that in. Is there anything else?
No. Are you good at lying?
Yeah, I just lied about everything I'm gonna say.
But you're good, so you're good at that, because I can't lie for
Yeah.
that fucking life.
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, alright, good.
I'm a
Kira,
fucking idiot. Didn't even catch that.
you guys hear them talking, but you guys are just... You're kind of in the moment where you're just having more fun that you guys are traveling around in your drunken stupor. Because a lot of times you just stay in one place, but right now you're really enjoying looking around at everything, because everything just seems so... Everything seems much more vivid. The red maple
I'm
trees...
zonked out of my mind.
Yeah, the red maple trees are like, ooh.
I'm
And-
zooted off my gourd.
The two of you who are still sober, you just hear them every now and then. Just like start chuckling or making weird noises.
You were like the Charlie
it.
Brown parents.
In character, Kit is doing the singing monsters.
Okay, I don't throw up.
Kid, as soon as you do that, you instantly become sober.
What the
But-
fuck? Okay,
but
well.
but you realize the rest of you, whenever he becomes sober, it looks like he's passed out. Because in front of you, suddenly everything goes black. It's all dark, the void. You hear this whispering noise.
I ignore it.
But you don't hear it.
Wait, who
You
hears
see-
this?
This is Kit. He's sobered
Okay.
up. Everything around him is no longer the same. You very quickly realize what's happening. You're being spoken to. As you see,
boy.
in front of you materializes the image. First, this house. The windows are shattered. There's plates on the ground, silverware. Things are tipped over. And you hear, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I need to find it. 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 Where is it? You see a man on the ground, ripping hair out of his head. The scene changes. Mom, I'm sorry, but I lost it. Is it going to be okay? Is it okay that I lost it? You see this woman on her knees, tears. It's not okay. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. As you see these two images, totally different, merge. And in front of you appears a girl you've seen several times. One that is very often used. As you see, she looks at you quizzically She tilts her head to the side, as if to question you. As you feel the emotions of danger, of missing something, of looking for something. You're being spoken to by the Guardian.
Hey, hello, Mr. Guardian, sir. What are you trying to tell me?
The scene changes. The girl tilts her head back up, and she snaps her fingers. In front of you, you see a man running through the forest. The lights of the Reens shining down on him. Horses in the back. Gallop, gallop, gallop. Where's he gone? He can't be far. The prisoner's escaped. Don't let him get loose. He's too dangerous. Is he over there? I'm looking over here. It changes as if jumping through time. You see the same man, bent over, breathing heavily. I finally escaped. When they weren't looking, I escaped. It changes again. You're starting to realize that the Guardian's telling you something is missing. Someone's escaped. Someone dangerous. Then you see, in front of this fireplace, the crackling of flames as this older man with balding hair, gray mustache, and a goatee sits in a chair with a book. In front of him, sitting crisscrossed on the ground, is very clearly a younger man, probably his grandson. Probably about 5 years of age, wearing glasses. Papa, I've been having such weird dreams. Are dreams important? Why are they so strange? As the man closes his book. Dreams are the most important, my grandson. As he points his finger to the chest of this young boy. Inside each of us is an entire universe. A universe as big, as wide as the one we live. Perhaps even larger, with endless possibilities and fates. When you're awake, young one, that is suppressed. Suppressed by the chains of reality, the chains of consciousness. But when you're asleep, there are no limits. That universe expands. But, as is chaos, there's no control. Dreams allow each person to wield endless power. You must be careful, young one. There are those who will try to wield that power for the worst. Those mad scientists or evil creatures who wish to wield it, who wish to form it like the strongest of blacksmiths and create it into something evil, or perhaps just wield the chaos for their own gains. Boy, dreams are the most powerful thing alive. As it all materializes back into this fog, as this young girl reappears, once again, as always. Her head tilts to the side, as she materializes in the distance on a swinging back and forth. And you hear a voice that's not her own, and her mouth doesn't move. But very rarely the Guardian will speak to you more directly. You are to look for the one who has escaped.
Who would that be?
Dangerous. A despicable son of mine. Calls himself the Dreamwalker. Dangerous! 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 Dangerous!
How dangerous exactly?
He pretends to be nice, but Go take the power of dreams and use it for those evil gods. Despite me, despite himself. An ultimate danger. You are to gather information. Report back. Danger! It is just back to that man on the ground, ripping his hair out, screaming in pain. Where is it? As everything stops. All of your consciousness fades away as you're once again inebriated. The rest of you, doing this, have noticed nothing wrong with it. You guys are wandering through the farmlands. Most of these houses seem pretty similar. Nothing too unique. There's farms. A lot of them have wheat. Some have greens. Some have corn. And each of the houses seem pretty similar to the red-topped houses of Maplewood. There. You see various plows, people working in the fields, until you get to a certain area, which, Newt, you know is where you're going. The farms here seem withered. Almost decrepit. The house seems to have no light coming from it, as if it's withering as well. You see tools just laid out on the ground. You see a broken plow. Stables in the back. You see cobwebs on the windows, even from the outside. And you see a little sign at the start that says, Tyest Farms.
Oh, looks like we're here.
Alright then. Well, Newt, I'll let you take the lead. Fucking
I
kids
will
all tuck
walk
it
up
out.
to the door.
Little cutie.
As you
Look at him
walk.
sleep.
I always knew you were a gay. Tap 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 on helmet or on head. Tap 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 tap. Oh fuck.
Sorry, I hate you.
You hear them kind of bantering with each other as you walk up to the door, a little bit ahead of all of them. The ground is very muddy. In some patches, it's very muddy. In some, it's very dry where the dirt has cracked. But there's one commonality between all this. The grass in this area is no longer really here. It's as if it's been ripped up or due to the ground being not taken care of. Grass has not been able to grow here. As you step, some parts are muddy. And then step on the cracking of the earth. As you walked over this various different types of patches of ground, you eventually get to the door. It is a very typical, modern, normal-looking wooden door. There's nothing special about it.
I'll just knock.
You knock. And you don't hear anything at first. Seems silent.
At first?
And after a few moments, the general amount of waiting someone would probably do for knocking again goes by.
I will, after taking the general amount of time that someone would take to knock again goes by, I will knock again.
Oh shit.
How literal of you.
Whoa. Checkmate.
I vote Un MVP for that.
I vote debatably not giving him smited. You don't hear any footsteps, but as if someone was at the door waiting to see if you'd go away or not, you hear the door crack open a little bit. Hello?
Is Quinten here? I'm here about his father.
A friend of Quinten's? You see a dirty face of a woman, her brunette hair tied back, grime tethered to her in her clothes. What? You're not here to... You're not a debt collector, are you? We don't have any money.
Nope. Not a debt collector. I'm actually, here to help him.
Show me your forearm.
I'll show my forearm.
She very quickly, if you have sleeves or anything, she very quickly pulls them up, and she looks very intently at both of your forearms to make sure there's. Well, she's checking for something. As she looks up,
getting checked out.
she looks back up. Okay, you're not with them. Give me a moment. As the door shuts. Stand there for a few moments. Throw in your face. Your friend's behind you talking. About a minute, 2, 3 goes by. With a lot of silence. Starts making you question if you're not just... if they're even going to come back. But eventually you hear the creaking of the door. As this time you see Quinten Tyest's face. Hello? As he suddenly sees you, you can tell that he gets a little bit nervous.
My party here found a way to, send your father to the afterlife, but we have to go meet some people in Port Crevice. We were wondering if, we could buy some horses off of you?
How are you going to help my father?
Well, we learned that his wish was to, maintain his promise to Rivost. Whether you believe in that or not, we want to uphold his wishes and help him go on an expedition.
That's a BS reason. I bet damn Geezer Kaban said that. He'll justify it any way he can. Shouldn't trust him.
Well, we're willing to go on the expedition ourselves. And we might have a lead in Port Crevice to find him away.
He looks at you all. None of you are men of cloth, though, are you?
Our friend Stavros is.
I don't see him.
He's not here. He's currently at the inn.
But one man's not enough. You need an entire team. He won't just send him off. Did you say so? I've already tried to get that to happen. He said it's not possible.
He said it's not possible for you, but he said so long as we had a priest and he deems us strong enough, he would let us go.
It's not. He said that you need at least a team of priests.
For us, he just said a priest.
And even then, you need something to fight. And
I don't mean to interrupt, but the expedition we're going to see in Port Crevice is going to be the reason for him to fight.
What's that? What kind of expedition?
We're not sure. We have to go meet some people. We're trying to find him a way to battle people that do harm to others. Something that won't show poorly on his family name.
You don't have to tell me how the church works, I know. But I can't just... It's not easy to believe that some random expedition... All expeditions here recently have just been going up to Erminas. It's the Knights of the Red Petal. They wouldn't send... There's no violence there.
That's why we have to go find something else. We've seen a lot of violence, whether in the swamps or us even just coming back from up there towards the Maple Springs.
I've waited so long for my father to go on. You're telling me to wait longer?
Well, we're offering to pay you for horses, and you know, if we find an expedition, we'll come back as soon as we find it.
You're trying to mock me? Can't you see? Can't you see? You can tell that he's really nervous, and he's like in a weird mixture of anger and nervousness right now. Look, as he actually pulls the door open, and now you see inside. You very quickly see that there's no furniture. There's nothing. There's no decorations. There's dust and cobwebs everywhere. We don't. Your money's not going to help. We've sold everything already. We barely got by. Everything's fallen apart because of that Father Capon. Horses? We haven't had enough money to keep horses in months. Look at the farms. I don't have time to wait. If you think you're so strong enough to do it, just go... What? Just go... unbury him and take him out to battle or something. Why do you need to do all this waiting around for stuff? You were supposed to kill Father Caban for that reason. I don't know. Swills? No, it seems he is.
I kind of need Hawkins here.
Okay.
Am I still drunk?
That's up to you. I mean, you guys are literally free whenever to be like, okay, I'm sobering up.
Because I have an idea.
I'm going based on how long I'm drunk.
Yeah, I'm not forcing anyone to be drunk. That was all. Both of you have had full reign over that, Pubis. So you can whenever you want.
Okay.
But the
Hi, I'm back. Sorry, I said I'd be. Sorry.
Oh my god, thank you. I need you here. I needed to converse with you.
Yeah,
So it's kind of hard when there's only 2 sober people in the party.
Yeah, it's falling apart.
I'm sober now, or sobering at least.
Yeah. But you're also not awake.
No, he is now. As you sober up, it's going to start becoming more and more apparent that you're going to start actually being able to kind of remember your encounter with the Guardian.
All right. I might have an idea, but I might have an idea that could work tonight. But give me a second.
I'm going to turn around and walk towards Hawkins, and gesture for Hawkins to meet me halfway.
Swills, I assume you didn't hear any of that, so yeah, you have to get from Newt.
I heard bits and pieces, but not.
Okay.
I couldn't pay complete attention. Right. Sorry.
I'm
was
gonna
being
whisper.
a bitch.
Or talk very quietly.
So, this is the thing. This guy's poor, okay?
Okay.
But, so,
Fawnde, can you also type what's said on his tombstone? This is the reason why I needed it.
Let's see if
Very
I
important.
remember.
Like something, protect family.
Yeah, I'll figure out. I don't even know what was written on there. I'll figure it out.
Hey, mom, man. That's all
Well,
I'm
just imagine that I say exactly what was on the tombstone.
That's fine. You know.
something, family, protect, something, okay?
You sound like someone I know.
Yeah, so, on the tombstone it said that. It was kind of weird, I don't know. But, so I'm thinking, if we tell Quinten here that we'll bring his dad here and say that there's something, trying to kill him, and then we pretend to kill Quinten, but Quinten knows that we're not going to kill him. We could then kill his dad and then send him off to the afterlife.
What the fuck?
Right. So does he have horses?
No.
Then why are we... fuck him. Let's go. Who cares?
Well, okay,
Who cares about him? I'm only here for the horses, mate.
Well, ask him if he has you ask him if he has horses. If he says
Oi!
yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, my mind was a bit of a boggle earlier.
Why
You got any
You're
horses?
so loud as I smack Hawkins in the head. God.
I dropped Kira. Right.
You see him at the door.
Sorry. So, do you got horses or not? Because currently, if we're going to help you at all, we're in a very big rush. We want to help you. Don't ignore her.
Why
She's
you
a cunt.
keep moaning?
I'm in so much pain. Hawkins dropped me.
Listen, your farm's in an absolute state. And honestly, if this is what we're going to get for helping you, I don't even want it.
Do you really
But
want to help?
I pity you.
Who just dropped me?
You're a fucking disgrace. I fucking pity you. So, while I'm here, I don't mind helping you. But we are in desperate need of horses. Can you help us or can you not?
Don't help this douchebag.
Get the fuck up, Kira.
All I can offer is my homestead or my life.
Does your homestead have horses?
No, maybe you should trade the homestead for horses.
Right, firstly, there's no one here who's got any fucking horses. Do you have any farmer friends who might have horses? Someone who might be actually a successful farmer, unlike yourself? Someone who knows how to do their fucking job, eh? Yeah, your fucking waterworks. Saying, wah, you're fucking crying like a little baby. I'm trying to help you. And you're not even trying to help yourself. Come on, you're a fucking disgrace.
I'm gonna get up. Let me handle this, Hawkins.
Fuck off.
I'm an expert with kids. Move aside as I try to like not even shoving him aside, just like tapping him on the shoulder. I'm gonna get in front of the kid. What's your name, kid?
I'm not a kid. I'm like
Sorry.
37.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm an elf. Age is like nothing in these days.
He's like twice my age.
Anyway, kid.
Actually, whenever you say elf, his eyes wide up. Wait, can you do some of that plant magic on my farm and bring back its vitality?
Plant magic? I reach into my bottle.
You're an elf, right?
Yeah, I could do more than give you magic. How about we just end all of our miseries together? It's like popping out the bottle.
What?
I walk away very fast.
And in my hand, I'm carrying the plant serum growth.
God.
And I'll be like, hey,
fucking
kid.
bringing out the Kool-Aid.
Hey, kid. You pour this onto your most prized crops, I guarantee you. But I just need to ask you one simple thing. Where can we get our bloody hands on some horses?
Bloody hands.
Sorry, that's an exaggeration. Our guilt-free hands on horses.
Technically guilt-free.
You tell us where we can get these horses. I'll give you this elf magic. That'll revitalize all your crops.
I'll be honest. Things haven't been well for a long time. Ever since my father died, and I became an outcast. None of the other farmers or peasants associate with me. All I know is they may have some, but I would assume the stables. Isn't that where horses are?
God, you're useless. As I hand the flask.
That's where horses are, though, isn't it?
They're sold out, you fucking idiot. Oh, I'm my mouth full. I'm not eating the severed hand. I'm stress eating.
Wait, are you? Holy, keep that thought.
Hey, don't pay attention to that idiot. Look at me. Don't worry about what he's eating.
I hunger.
Whenever you bite
He
into
hungers.
Hawkins, I want you to make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Listen, kid. Like, you have no idea where we can find any like horses, anything like that.
Not the stables. Maybe I would normally say maybe the barracks have some.
The barracks.
Yeah, maybe. No one really uses horses besides the farmers and travelers and messengers. But if they're sold out, that must mean someone needed a lot of horses.
God.
That's why we're fucking here, because we're a farmer. The stables ain't got no horses. They got a pregnant one and an idiot one.
What?
I can't ride a pregnant horse that's going to shit out a baby. Come on, we're trying to help you, Quinten.
Alice
Think of something. You don't know anyone? You don't know any farmers who might have horses? You nothing going through your thick fucking brain?
As I said, I've been outcasted. I haven't talked to them in a long time.
Oh my god, you want us to commit murder for you, and all you got to give us is a shit farm with not even any fucking horses.
It's land.
Why should we even want to help you? This land? You think we're going to live in this shithole?
Sorry.
You should be.
Did you hand him that potion?
Yeah, I gave him the potion.
What? This is like a green bottle, by the way. I don't make him make a. I don't make him make a. Check real fast.
Did I learn anything from this Arcana check?
Yes, you realize as you bite into this, like you're nibbling on a finger. Like first you start on a finger, you don't bite it off or anything. When you start biting and nibbling on it, you switch around to the end part where there's a bone sticking out. As you're nibbling and you're every time you bite into it, you are feeling backlash from like a almost like whenever you're casting magic and it's been interrupted, you're feeling like almost like little shots and backlash in your mouth.
Like a counter spell?
Not even like a counter spell. Like
if I were to feel it.
Yeah, like whenever someone like tries to damage or mess with anything magical, like with spells or other things, you're feeling that right now. Like you're almost like it's almost like every time you bite into it, it's like you're trying to go through something, and it's like shock in your mouth. Almost like there's this force field there of like magic. You are putting.
Would it be kind of like if I were to bite into a magical weapon?
Something similar. Like if it was like or eating like magical food, almost like that.
Okay.
You're getting feedback that there's in some capacity something magical here.
You see, you made me lose my fucking appetite.
Here.
Fucking hell.
Let me make this check. Here, you can drink this swamp brew.
Oh, more swamp brew, eh?
You touch that.
You realize what he's holding is the bottle you just gave him, and he seems to not realize that it's. Even though he said it was magic, it looks it's in a different kind of bottle, but it's really hard. The color wise, it's really hard to tell that's not swamp brew. And you know this is a peasant. He doesn't really understand.
Okay. That's not swamp brew. Just give it back to me. You're annoying me. I take it back from him.
He's like, before he has any like response, you just take it out of his hands. He wasn't holding on to it very time. What, miss? I don't think you should drink that.
I'm not gonna care. You know what? Here, I reach into the back of my pocket.
What?
Get yourself something to eat, kid. And I give him 5 silver.
What the? His eyes go wide. And when you hand him the 5 silver, this is several months worth of pay for him. He falls to his knees. Very quickly, you see him fall to his knees. Are you serious? I can't take this.
Stop crying, kid. You're giving me a headache and you're sobering me up.
Thank you.
You guys deal with it. I'm gonna walk a little further away.
Thank you.
Right.
This guy's not crying.
Nope. Do we have any reason to help this fucker?
We'll remember it. We won't ignore him. I did tell him I would try and help him, but
we already tried. But
we do need to go get horses.
Alright. Yeah. So you're saying
we won't forget
farmers
about
around
you,
here,
but,
someone close by who might be up for selling a horse? You don't even know, not even any names. Even if they don't like you, you don't know anyone.
He's trying to speak, but every time he speaks, you see him look down at the money in his hand. He just keeps returning the tears. You don't know if he's gonna be able to communicate, at least at this moment. He's too emotional.
Fucking pathetic. All right, let's go to the barracks.
Quinten. If you could give me a name of who might have horses, whether they like you or not, I'll double it.
What?
I'll double what's in your hand right now if you could give us a name.
You see he stops for a moment, like he tries to wipe his eyes. Just a name, is that all?
Just a name, who would have horses?
You see he starts on his eyes, and he's like, and he's slowly getting his voice together as, let me find this name, I should have a name. He's, maybe Jim Holland, he's a pretty prominent farmer.
Where is he? Where does he live?
About 10 farms to the west. Behind the general store. Shillow's General Goods.
I'll walk up to him and put 5 silver in his hand.
Whenever you walk up, you... actually, he won't do that. Never mind.
He kisses you in his hand.
No, I'm about to make him pull out more money, so you have to double it. No, he takes it, and even whenever you put in his hand, he just looks up with you, and his eyes are like super... it's almost like there's an entire layer of water over his eyes as he breaks back down into tears.
I'm at that point
Some
like
sort of-
walking away from him, and
I'd
I'm
like
not
to
even gonna
walk
look
up
back.
behind Newt and take back the 5 silver that Kira gave him.
From his hand?
From his hand, from the one that Kira gave him, not the one that Newt gave him.
Oh, it's all in the same. His hands are like tusped, like almost like they're both together, so like it's all in a big pile.
I'm going to attempt to pick out 5 silver.
At the same time,
that's
whenever,
possible.
whenever you're going to do that, you see the door that the door's like he went outside now, and when you're about to pick up the money, you see his wife, who had also been listening, opens the door, and she's now crying. She runs out and wraps her hands around his back, and then you see a little boy who's, is everyone crying? As he comes out crying too and hugs his parents. But if you still wish, the money, his hands, he doesn't even notice you're there.
You really did that to him, didn't you?
You really did that to me.
This game's about finding your morality.
Don't do it, Swills.
I'm
Think
still-
about
I'm
it.
still
They,
taking-
better
they
than
could
this.
come and help us later.
I'm going to take 2 silver then.
Draw.
Dude, does he make any kind of commotion about like the money being taken from his hands?
Man, he's currently embraced. Even if he wanted to, he looks up, but he's in tears.
Okay, well, I
He-
probably don't
he-
notice this because my
he-
back's
he-
turned.
You hear it at the very least. We may not hear the money thing, but
That's
yeah,
for
you
not
hear the
taking.
tears.
That's for taking too long to give us any info. If you want us to help you, you gotta learn to fucking help yourself.
As you see him, his wife, and his son all totaled up crying, and for a brief moment, and each of you, even though you all have had your own troubles and a very rough life, you realize that you guys have a lot to be grateful for, because when you look at this family hugging each other, it doesn't look much different than a bunch of swine rolling around in their own filth, and just in a different manner.
Poor people, am I right?
Excellent magic missile it is.
You guys should see my notes for this. It says,
Well-
approaching Quinten Tyest's door, this fucking crybaby comes out and has nothing.
Well,
Fucking hate
this is a stark realization of this is a peasant. Adventurers, dangerous, but you guys definitely have much more potential to have money.
All right, lads, to Jim's. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Kira, his 2 silver. I don't know why you sounded like that, Nick.
Yeah.
Oi.
Are we all walking away from this area?
As you guys walk away into the soon seeing us, you guys once again go back over the muddy and the weird cracked ground, and you see the withered farms and this very abandoned and miserable looking place. And as you walk, you hear the sobs of the family, who you'd all very clearly realize that the amount of money you gave them, even though you took 2 silver back, that is, for them, that is several weeks worth of life, especially in the bad state they're in right now. As you hear their sobs fast, you guys slowly walk away, and it quiets down. You guys
Do
start
I,
back
do I
and
know
they're
that
gonna be like,
Hawkins took
they're
away
gonna be
his
like
silver?
royalty from that money,
Oh,
and then they're gonna help
Well,
us.
that's not necessarily royalty, but that giving whenever
I know, but
Kira-
they're gonna go from like rags to riches, and then they're gonna help
well,
us.
Kira, I don't know. That's up for you guys. Would Kira have? That's up between you guys. What?
Hawkins is
Hawkins
going
mentioned
straight to Kira, and who just put the 2 silver in his hands. You know, you really shouldn't be wasting your time on those kinds of people, Kira.
I'm just gonna clutch 2 silver. I'll just look at Hawkins. You really know the sober of a person, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's supposed to be. You've been poking my fucking skull all day.
Oh, holy shit, it's literally this.
You kept letting out a fart, and it smelled.
Asterisk walks to Jim Holland's farm. Asterisk.
As we're walking, I'm just turning around and just take
me.
1 silver. I'm just chuck it, or not chuck it, but like just throw it towards the family as we're walking away.
You see they're in tears, but you see it doesn't fall too far. It's not too hard to get it, but you run
It takes
it's
7
not,
damage.
it's not very accurate, but you hear it bounce on the crack. It rolls a little bit and just kind of lands in a little thing of mud. Not too
Oh,
far
I
away
didn't
from
even let him roll.
I'm
for
just
it.
saying, and that's for surviving long enough.
I think interesting.
Really funny if you
Fucking
fucking
worst.
killed them with it.
Accidentally kills the kid.
That'd be
The
literally
grandpa
the
and the
weirdest
kid
fucking
can't go on to the
interaction.
afterlife. They're both
My
stuck.
master plan.
It's like X-Men Future Past. It like goes through his skull.
See a Mortal Kombat like
How to make enemies 101. All right, give me like
Yep.
2 minutes. I gotta use the restroom again, then we'll go over to Jim Holland.
that'd be
Yeah.
like one of those Mortal Kombat like execution
Vitalities.
scenes. Yeah, vitalities.
Fatality.
This
I think
dude
that
just
went
gets
well.
fucking screamed at by a bunch of fucking drunk ass adventurers for fucking
Yeah, my-
horses, and then they pay him $5 for fucking no reason. Pay him 5 more, take 2, throw 1, kill his kid.
It was mainly. It was. To be honest, we probably paid him like $300 more like.
Yeah.
Not even that,
Approaching
like,
Quinten
2,000.
Tyest's door, this fucking crybaby comes out and has nothing. Poor.
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 We give him a fucking chug jug too.
God, I
Or spits on the
wish.
ground.
Hey, maybe if this guy has horses and it was not wasted.
We're not gonna be this nice to the next group.
Yeah, fuck these guys.
Because I ran out of money.
If these guys
think
are
I'll be
poor,
nicer.
then
My turn to play bad cop.
Mines, what the fuck?
look, all I'm saying is if these guys answer the door and they're fucking pricks, I'm pointing my gun to their head.
Yes,
That's when we get arrested, all right?
quite fair.
Oh yeah, I heard someone say getting arrested. You guys don't even know what kind of crimes you guys are wanted for. Oh yeah.
Wanted for being too handsome.
Yeah, with the big old nose, Pinocchio.
What the fuck? I hate you.
Right.
Whoa! Oh!
We're gonna be wanted for like killing a bunch of Willie Rose's men.
That's definitely a statement to consider because they are working hand in hand with City Watch.
The Duke. The Dookie.
So, good thought. Are we missing anyone? Is everyone here? Swells?
I think everyone's there.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but like, has anyone ever heard of something called the Gritty?
Yes.
God, why you?
Okay, it's alright.
Why do you say it like that?
Isn't it called the Gritty?
Has anyone heard of something called the
Called the
gritty? It's
gritty.
what the kids are doing these days.
Such a dumb middle D&D. Sorry to interrupt. Has anyone heard of something called?
Interrupt
Gritty?
this moment. We're all
Excuse me,
That is-
Jim.
oh my god.
What do you know of the gritty?
It's like your
Such a
fucking
D&D.
dad like showing you a fucking wiki article. Like,
Am I
I
fooling
found
you?
it very amusing.
come look at this on YouTube. I see
Come look at this funny meme I found about
Look what I-
Fortnite. You love that game, don't you?
I
Look what
found
I've
this meme.
learned to do. Look, I've learned to do the gritty. Am I relatable?
and he does it perfectly.
I feel like
really
people are
fucking
pointing
cool.
fun at me right now.
We are.
Fucking
Oh, I
old
wanna
ass
be sure.
motherfucker.
Oh my god.
Fuck you, mofo. I hate you.
No, screw you. Every time you come by now in VR chat, you're not in a big titty avatar anymore. You're
Not in a
running around
booth model.
You're just running around some like meme avatar.
That is such a Mo5 moment to say that.
Not even hot anymore, bro.
Yeah, like what happened to you?
True. You're right.
Dude, why even play
fell
VR
off,
chat if you don't have big
Peebus.
tits, dude? Like,
Yeah, literally, what is the point?
Daddy Fem5 has spoken.
Don't call me
yeah,
that.
Daddy Fem5's just wisdom of the day.
Sorry, but yeah, okay.
Alright.
Yeah, let's.
Do you guys have anything you wish to do? You guys are basically when you're walking, I mean, kind of when you look at the map down in the bottom left, you see the farming area between the stables and general store. You guys are basically walking through these there's very small homesteads. They're not like, this area is actually pretty large. It doesn't seem very large on the map, But there's a lot of houses, and they're pretty sparse, and there's lots of different farmlands. You see different things like wheat, corn. Like each farmer's trying to grow their own thing, trying to figure out what works for them. And there's several houses, and yet there's winding dirt roads. They're not like the lime, sandy roads in the normal area. Now you're kind of on these like dirt, more muddy roads where a bunch of wagons and carts and people have marched. That's basically intertwined between all these farmsteads. And more or less, you go past a few. You see some people outside working. You see kids running around, people in the fields, you see women washing clothes. And there's something in common with most of these people. Most of them look a little bit better than the Tyest did, but most of them look pretty grimy. Like they definitely don't have too much. These are literally peasants. It's not very often you think about peasants until you find yourself in a mass of them, such as a slums. By no means this is a slums, but this is the closest thing to a slums here in Maplewood, just due to the amount of peasants and wealth disparity in this area. As you walk by, you eventually get to a farmstead, and is definitely a lot different than the other ones you've seen. Even different than, especially different than the Tyest one. You see, instead of a one-story house, you see a two-story house. It also has a proper red roof. It looks pretty nice. You see instantly there's large fields kind of circling around this area, like the center of it, the center of this nebulous of a farm area is the house. All around it you see wheat, you see corn, as if this person, instead of growing one thing, is growing very different things. And you turn, and around this entire farmstead there's a very nice fence that a lot of the other ones don't have. You get to the gate, and above the gate is an archway, and it says at the very top, Holland's Farms and Market. And it seems it has at the end of it has like a little thing that has like a little stand with like fruits and vegetables. That's like a picture of it. And the gate is open, and you see it goes in towards his farmstead. And instead of being, it's kind of a nasty, dirty road at first, but as soon as you get on his land, it's all made out of gravel, and it's very clear that this is a nice.
I do like
farm.
a perception check to see if he has any horses.
Yeah, go ahead.
We just turn around, it's like, no horses here.
No horses.
Are you
Yeah,
any
no horses are
horses? Leaves. No
That's
horses.
also one.
You see, yeah, it's so hard to see your freaking dice.
I should probably change that.
You see, firstly, this two-story house, really nice, and off the edge, a little bit farther away, you see another building and another thing on the other side of the house, which looks like a little stand to sell fresh goods. But it kind of looks like the other building is probably some type of barn, and usually in barns, there are horses or cows or cattle. So you assume he has some sort of livestock, at the very least.
Well, Hawkins, you want to knock on the door this time?
All right.
As you, but before you get to the door, you guys are walking down this gravel road, and you'd seen the top of those buildings, making you think there might be some things, but it's kind of hard to see because the first crop are like really tall things of corn, so it's hard to see over there. And once you get to the more center area where it opens up, the first thing you see to your left before you get near the door, something you couldn't see beforehand, you see about 3 different wagons, and you see about 6 horses sitting around these wagons. So you do know that there are horses here.
Nice.
And you knock on the door, and you hear from inside, "Who is it? Who is it? Rebecca, get the door! Rebecca! Rebecca!" And you see,
All right, we're
Fine.
business.
and this man's just screaming, and you hear little footsteps pattering towards the door, and the door swings open. "Hi, how can I help you? If you're here looking for
Hello.
the market is closed, probably forever."
Oh, well, we're here to do some, I guess you could say, bespoke trade. Would you mind if we spoke with Jim?
"Ah, Mr. Holland."
Yeah.
You see this woman. She seems not much different than a peasant. She has brown hair, nothing too special about her features. But instead of wearing a kind of like peasant clothes, she wears something a little bit more akin to peasantry and a housemaid almost. And it seems that she's one of like the farmhands here. "Yes, I can go get Mr. Holland, though he is he's rather busy. So please be patient with him. A lot's going on. He's very feisty due to the situations.
Of course.
Give me just a moment. Oh, please. Come inside. Come inside. And
Thank you.
she ushers you four inside. And this place is not empty at all. It's very nice. There's a lot of furniture. It's not like grandiose, but there's a table for dinner. There's a kitchen area. There's even a couch. And in front of the table is like little board games. There's a sitting area, a fireplace. And it's rather nice. It is probably much more similar to some of like the houses inside of Maplewood that aren't these farmer lands. And you guys find this nice little sofa area to sit on. You sit down as she kind of wanders off through the kitchen, goes around the corner, and you hear her going up flights of stairs.
It's great to see you walk for your fucking self, Kira.
Sorry, the headache's hitting me now, so...
Yeah, I've recently been getting a headache too.
That sounds like your problem, not mine.
Yeah.
Sorry, Hawkins, sorry. I'm remembering all the things I've done.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Wah, my PTSD.
I'll pay you back.
Way to trauma dump, bitch. I know, I don't say that.
Kira, you may not hear it, but you can definitely... You see Kit's gaze and his like kind of drunken soberness, and you can tell he's thinking some weird shit.
I kick him.
I don't think a single thing in my head.
I go up and I kick him.
Shouldn't have said it then.
I pistol whip him.
Do I do like some kind of attack roll? Let's see if I hit him.
Okay, dude.
I'm just kidding, but I'll look at him. I'll reach up for a rock, but I look at Hawkins and I'm like, I should be a better person. So
I mean, Kit is still in the baby carrier.
Oh, he is.
I got out.
He is right on
I
my
literally
chest.
got out.
I'm he's... Oh, I thought you were passed out, Kit.
Oh my god.
Little baby wants to come out of the cage.
Kit, you remember as well. You probably got out of there. There's no need for you to be stuck in there. You would have started sobering up. And at this point, you remember your entire experience with the Guardian.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about like not knowing any of that. You know all of it very well. And you see Kira kind of give you a glare and kind of reminds you of when you got hit in the back of the head with a rock.
That was a good, funny moment. I enjoyed it a lot.
I'm sure. You all hear Kira and Hawkins kind of getting at it a little bit, having one of those and they're communicating in a way where it's a bit of an argument, but also they're seemingly coming to some form of agreement. You guys do anything else while you're down here waiting?
I wait.
I'd hope you'd wait, yeah.
I scratch Kit behind his ears.
I fucking punch him.
Oh,
Oh, ooh, oh, good heavens. Oh dear.
While all this banter is going on downstairs, you guys are just making time go by. You hear coming down the stairs. Why are these people always needing so much damn stuff from me? Don't they realize Maplewood's falling apart? What kind of fools trying to purchase something when they should be running for their lives? As he kind of steps down these stairs. Rebecca, finish packing the stuff up there. I'll handle this. Okay. As you see a man rounds the corner, and you guys recognize this man. I mean, you make a check if you want, but it'd be really easy to recognize him.
No.
I'll make a check. What do I make?
Perception? Investigation?
It'd be do
Insight?
just do a wisdom, just a straight wisdom.
Wisdom?
Okay,
Oh, wisdom.
Just kind of your memory. It's not really insight. Just not your memory. That shouldn't be hard at all. Not
Look,
easy.
guys, you can see my dice.
Holy heck.
Oh wow!
Turn it back! Turn it back!
I don't like it.
Those of you who have done a check, you guys definitely recognize this man more quickly, and you kind of put a face to words a lot faster. But all of you kind of recognize this guy. This is the man. You never knew his name, but you had met him your first day back in Maplewood. He was the peasant or the farmer who basically jumped up on the fountain in the market and was preaching while the foreboding sang and played his instrument. He's basically the one who shared all the information about all the shit going down and why people need to open their eyes to what's happening. So this is that man.
I see.
Yes.
Oh,
What do you want?
Hello, sir. I'm very
Yes.
sorry to disturb you. Are you planning on moving?
He kind of like points at you. Smart man. Seems you might be thinking the same thing. Hell yeah, I am. I'm sure you saw the wagons outside, packing up all the shit, getting out of here. This town's doomed. First, we have that seer from Silifrin come here. Bad news. Followed up by the vandalism. Followed up by the foreboding. And then this rumor of war. Probably not a rumor. Probably just some idiot leaked it. I'm sure it's probably true. And then what else is next? What should we do? Look at Galver for help? The man is sending resources up to Ermina and the Red Petal Knights. He's not worried about us. Hell yeah, I'm gonna have anyone with half a brain would get out of here. Worst case scenario, I'm overreacting. I just come back to my farmstead. Best case scenario, I don't die.
That's very smart, to be honest. I'm always going to give you a look and be like, this is it. This is the guy. Well, we came here. We were like, I guess you could say, we're desperate for some horses. We want to get ourselves to Port Crevice as fast as we can. But, if you seem like you're skipping town as well, we're adventurers, you see. We're quite tough. If you need some protection, we might actually be able to help you out with that.
You going to Port Crevice?
Yeah, we're going to Port Crevice, mate.
He kind of like shakes his head at you. Why the hell would you assume I'm going to that shithole?
Well, it's a big town. It's not too far away.
Yeah. Good luck, but I'm not going there. You don't heard the rumors. Yeah, I guess you went there, but it's not only the shit I just said. It's also that there's a bunch of people attacking caravans going up and down near around Port Crevice. That's like asking. That's like me taking my entire life, picking up everything I own, going to Port Crevice is asking to be robbed. I'm not about to go up there where recently all these caravans have been raided and stolen and killed by this new bandit group. Hell no. Not by the Spire would I ever. Or any of the prisons.
Well, that's a shame.
Well, sir, do you have any horses you could sell to us?
I have 6 horses. And 3 wagons. What do you think?
So you have 3 horses you could sell. Or is that 6 horses you could sell and 6 wagons, or 3 wagons you could sell?
You guys are very optimistic. Wrong to both of you. That's 3 wagons that are going to go extra fast with 2 horses.
Oh, so we just buy 1 wagon and 2 horses.
And then what do I do with the rest of my livelihood I can't carry with me? I gotta leave here because it won't fit on the 2 wagons. You
How
trying to
much
pull
would
my
it
leg here?
cost to buy all of it?
All the stuff I'm leaving?
If we bought your horses, and all of the stuff that you would have fit onto that, how much would it cost us?
You see he's like looking around. Okay, we'll won't add the price of this land. So we'll just go the net worth. So that'd be like 1/3 of my livelihood minus the farm. I don't know. Like, pay me 50 Rihdar in gold. That's probably about 1/3 of my livelihood here. That's not stuck here on land. Technically worth, he see like Brad's, but technically worth a lot more, but that value is the land. We're not gonna worry about that. It's not easy being the best farmer around here. I do hope those other. I hope nothing. I hope shit doesn't happen. And maybe if I get lucky, those other farmers will decide to run
Get us
off.
a deal, man.
Hey, it's me, Kit. I am a gnome.
A gnome? I've always heard your
alright.
types of tricked us.
God damn it.
Everyone
How
knows
much
that.
money do we have in total? Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, how about, I don't think you know about us adventure types, but we're not exactly the most loaded.
I know plenty about rat catchers. Not usually very good things.
Understandably so.
Well, you haven't heard about us.
Hey,
Only good things
Mr.
follow
Holland?
us.
Yes, Rebecca? Mr. Holland, what do you want to do with this giant dream catcher you have? I'll bring it down here. Oh, okay. And he looks back to you guys. Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah. Do you think we could lower those prices just a little bit?
What's that dream catcher for?
For a bunch of adventurers, you guys have awful information. Awful intel gathering. Though I guess that's part of it. Maybe I shouldn't hate on you. That now you're doing that. Have you heard of a thing called the Dreamwalker that's been terrorizing our town?
Why, yes, I have.
Okay, well maybe your intel's not that bad.
I've met him.
He steps back. Get out of my house.
I'm not in any business with him. In fact, I actually turned him down.
Make a persuasion. Well, you choose if it's deception or persuasion.
If it's what?
You choose between perception and persuasion, depending on which.
Perception or persuasion?
No, persuasion or deception.
Okay. I mean, I have advantage on... Do I have advantage? Because poker face?
Yeah. That's your line. Oh, if you're lying or telling... What was poker face whenever... And gives you advantage?
It says starting at level 2, you have advantage on ability checks and saving throws made to prevent others from sensing your motives. Or perceiving your emotions or reading your thoughts. So I imagine deception is probably advantage.
Yeah, like this is... He's trying to understand your motives here. Like, you can tell he's assuming some shit about you. So he's trying to tell you motives.
Okay.
You have advantage.
So it still doesn't matter. I mean, it's the same modifier anyway.
Okay, well. He didn't roll very well. He kind of steps back. He's like,
I'll roll again just for the sake of it. Yeah.
Fine. You don't seem to be a demon anyway. No. He looks at you.
I have some information for you if you want it.
Go ahead.
He gave me this coin, and I haven't done anything with it.
He's gonna step back again. Make me a shit. What roll did I want? Make me a performance to basically be able to show. Basically, the idea is here. Make him show that you're not, a threat or something.
Okay.
This guy is a sus out of you.
Sus
out. I'm not interested. Put that back.
Okay.
If you got that from him, I don't need any weird.
I won't pull it out, but let me.
I'm sure if I touch that thing, he's gonna be right in my head. I don't need any demons lurking around in my dreams.
I'm not gonna kid you here, okay? But I figured that you might want to know.
He will.
Said
You need to burn that then.
I'll burn it right here in front of you.
What's a coin? I don't think you should burn it. You need to throw it in a volcano or something. Throw it in a...
Well,
how would you get rid
do
of
you want me to tell you about it? What he said, how to keep yourself safe?
Why would I trust him telling us how to keep himself safe? Do you hear yourself?
No, he told me how to contact him. And I'm telling you how to not contact him.
I don't think there's much of a choice. Unless you have this dream catcher. As you see, he says that. Rebecca walks around the corner. Here, where do you want to put this, Mr. Holland? And it's like this giant dream catcher. Imagine like an entire large pizza just turned on its side. It's like that large of a dream catcher. It has these crazy, colorful strings tied in between. You see these feathers, and you see on the outside, you see various symbols of religion. You see the church arenes, like the symbol of the two arenes on one side. You see various holy symbols, and you even see a cross. And he's that you see that right there. That's how you keep him away.
Well,
Demon
listen,
can't go through that.
I'll spare you the details. But if you ever see anyone with this coin and they flip it before bed, be careful.
I suggest you get rid of that.
Well, it's not exactly easy to burn metal.
Bury it. Throw it in the ocean. Something. You're working with a devil here. You've never heard of Verocicus? He's bound to be working with him. This is the will of Verocicus.
Would I recognize what that name means?
Make anyone who wants actually, if you have who do you have proficiency in religion, don't you?
I do.
Yeah, it's even though you're pretty new to the
Hawkins
world,
is here, right?
you definitely know. Hawkins would know even more though, because how long he's been alive. But you definitely have heard this before. It's not something uncommon. Verocicus is basically the devil for the Church of Rings. They believe Verocicus is the embodiment of evil, like this supreme being that is trying to influence people to drive them away from the Rings. And they often believe that the Orbis Triumphant is actually secretly been created and being controlled by Verocicus. So him saying this is basically saying that the Dreamwalker is working with the highest level of evil. Because to him, Verocicus would be the highest level of evil, because he seems to be a believer in the Rings. Same thing with you, Hawkins. You'd realize that too. Basically, this man, you get very clear this man does not trust the Dreamwalker at all. He's relating him to the highest level of evil of the Church of Rings, and it's very clearly that he has some really strong opinions based on all this.
Well, I'll say we leave this Dreamwalker aside. That guy can't be trusted in the first place, you know?
I'm telling you,
But
all these people are going crazy. This entire Maplewood used to be such a great place. That's becoming nothing but a big slum.
Well, at least tell us what way are you headed? Do you know?
Yeah, of course. I'm going towards Silifrin. I was thinking about going down to Denver, but I don't really want to be around those. As you see, he looks at you all and he bites his tongue. I'm going.
It's no worries.
we've heard worse.
I'm going to go to Silifrin, the capital, and try and set up nice farmland around there. Try and reset up. I'll probably have to take a hit on income, but
How much money does Kit have?
In total, in my inventory, I have 13 SD, 30 CD, and the company treasury.
How much is that?
75.
Which is 50 Ridarian gold to negotiate with the tailor, and 25 Ridarian gold to get unique uniforms and standard for the squad.
Nope.
Okay.
I don't really want to break into that.
Yeah.
Right. So.
That's you guys.
So, you haven't got any other equus animals, any workhorses, mules, donkeys, fucking giraffe.
Fuck is a giraffe?
It's like a horse, but it's got a fuck off neck.
We're in a bit of a hurry. Just like you, we don't want to stay here.
Good. I suggest you run off. I get what you're saying to me, but I don't think there's anything you can do unless you pay.
We'll pay market price.
I can't give you my horses. It's either you buy off the entire third of my mobile net worth or nothing. I'm getting out of here. I'm not about to leave things I don't have to leave. The amount of value I'm losing selling you a horse is literally about 50 times.
I mean, okay. Think about it. This could be 5 head, okay? What if we buy the third of what he's leaving and give it to Quinten, and Quinten literally owes everything to us afterwards? And
have you seen how he handles his current farm though?
Well, it's because of his father, right? If we help his father and give the farm to Quinten, and now he has to run the farm, pretty much all of his income, if we ever come to Maplewood, is owed to us. So we could use it as a way of income.
That's a long-term investment, though. Do we have long-term time?
I mean, we might.
The one thing you would know about Quinten, though, don't get the wrong idea that maybe he is incompetent. I don't want to be like, no, the dude's actually competent.
It seems like he's only incompetent because of his dad.
You guys have heard a lot of things, such as the guy, well, you don't know his name, but the guy at the stables, and you've heard from other people talking about him. This has all happened because he's fixated on his father for so many years, and he's not been able to keep up with his duties. Yeah. So everything's falling apart. But, that's up to you guys do what you own. That's your plans. Nice idea, though.
How much? What does he want for a third of his
50
farm?
Rihdarian gold, but I bet we could get him down a little bit.
There's some argument like we could make. Right. You want 50 Rihdarian gold for a third of your farm, right?
Well, not the farm. You get
Or a third of your stock or whatever.
the horses, the wagon, and
Yeah, I guess we
whatever was on the
wouldn't get
wagon.
the farm. But I mean, we could still give like all of the livestock to Quinten for him to
Yeah.
begin again,
What livestock there?
Well, it's not. It's more like stuff he's.
or
this is
like
more-
all the growth stuff, plants and whatever.
He looked so. He said, "Okay, do you lot? I don't like being. I don't like discriminating against people who are right in front of me. Perhaps you might say that's hypocritical. But I've had a lot of bad encounters with people who are not humans. And from experience, they usually like speaking without having anything to back it up. Do you even have the money to even try and negotiate for a horse and the price?
Of course we're good for it.
By no means. I'm not a super rich peasant, but unless you're successful adventurers, you say you have it, but that's just my only worry. Don't waste. What I'm saying is, don't waste my time.
Well, we won't waste your time if you don't waste ours.
Sure.
You and I both know 50 Rihdarian gold for one of those carriages. That's a fucking ripoff.
It's not the
Sure.
carriage. It's everything in it.
A carriage and everything, you know what I mean. It's fucking implied, innit? Now, when you
Could
when
I
you head yourself to
try and do
Silfrid-
like all the math in my head of what actually would be worth for the whole package that he's trying to sell us for 50 gold?
Yeah, but
Like,
let's not interrupt Hawkins with what he's doing.
Well, when you head to Silfrid, you're taking a gamble. Now, going to that's a quite a long journey. You know, that's a good trek. You and I both know you're going to get some hardship on that way. For all you know, you're going to get robbed either way, even if you're not going to Port Crevice, which is a shithole. We can both agree on that.
You're right about that.
So if you
Almost
sell that right now, that's confirmed cash in pocket, done, sorted, bang tidy. We're here to do business, and if we're going to all do business with you if we think the price is fair and right. And we're not going to buy anything without even having a look at the fucking carriages in the first place. Now, Kit, what do you think?
Hello.
You think that's fair?
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. I do. And I appreciate what you're saying. There's definitely merit. He kind of points at you. You're more impressive than I thought you were. Perhaps I don't know how well your intel is, but at least your thinking's not bad.
I spent a lot of time with merchants.
You say good words, and I'm willing to negotiate. Are you the one I negotiate with?
Oh no, I'm shit with fucking cash and money and all those numbers. This guy right here in my cute little chest.
He is out of the thing now.
Yeah.
Please.
Mr. Holland, where do you need to... Just sit over there, Rebecca. Oh, I'm making a deal now. Sorry, I don't mean to raise my voice. Just stop patting up. So he looks at you like kind of quizzically. So you let the gnome handle your money.
He's
You do-
very good with the cash.
I don't mean to hate on you, but that goes back to the whole thing. You guys are into Doi. And actually, no matter where you go, no one really likes gnomes. I just feel like this is kind of like that hypocritical, whatever.
Well, we haven't been treated very well by humans yet. We still are happy to do business and talk friendly with you.
No, it's not that. I'm just saying in general. It's not even that he's not a human necessarily. It's the stereotypes against gnomes. You know, tricksters. Anyway, hello there. I also need to ask. I can't tell if you making a mockery of it or if you're some kind of activist or something, but why do you dress up like a stereotypical garden gnome when most gnomes find that really offensive?
I did not design my outfit. This is our boss my boss made this for me.
He squints his eye, he's like, so you're your boss.
My boss.
You're really... I wish I had more employees like you if you're just that willing to do whatever your boss says. Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, you guys are the one trying to make a purchase here. I hear what your friend said, but just because you guys want the price lower doesn't mean it's going to go much lower.
Shall we check out the stock?
Could I do the check, Fawnde?
Yeah, go ahead. Now, what are you checking one more time? To see what the value is?
I guess to see what the actual value would be of what he's trying to sell us to 50 gold.
Yeah.
I guess that'd be like insight.
Yeah. Firstly, do an insight and history. Just do an intelligence check. Well, actually, insight is intelligence, isn't it? So insight and a history check. Do both of those.
Insight's wisdom.
Okay. Well, then do an intelligence check as base.
I guess not much better, or not much worse.
I only see 18. All right. Well, just the value of the horses and the wagon alone adds up to be about 3 Rihdarian gold, just about. And you don't know what you've yet to really see. We'll figure out what the price of the stuff on there is. Before you go out, you say that you guys want to look at his stock first. He speaks up. Part of the deal I want is I get to choose which third you guys take, but the agreement is it has to be at the same value. So it'll be the same value, but it's just which section I want to give up.
That's fine.
Well, yeah, little lizard. I mean, true, but trying to speak to the one who's going to be giving me the money.
All right, one more time. Let's lay this all out for me.
For you, I should be laying it out for me. You're the one trying to make a deal here. I'm just as fine just leaving now.
All right, what was our deal?
He looks at you, Hawkins. Are you guys pulling my leg?
He's good with numbers. He's not so good talking to people. Anyway, right. Now, you say you want to choose the carriage you want to sell. I'd really like if we had a closer look.
You didn't look at the carriage. I didn't show you that. I'm talking about where the real value comes from.
When I say carriage, I mean carriage and all the contents.
Oh yeah,
including
you can
horses,
ensure
products.
that it has the same value. But I want to pick what I take and what I don't. Like,
that's fair enoch. Some things
like
might
I could
have
give you
personal value.
Yeah, Yeah, I could give you 50 Rihdarian minted gold of pigs, or I could give you 50 Rihdarian gold of dirt. It's still 50 Rihdarian gold.
Of course. As long as we can, travel with it fair, easily, with the horses. I'm sure we can come up with a deal.
Okay, you guys step outside. Rebecca, hold down the house. I'll be right back. The door shuts behind you. You guys go over towards the carts. It's a shame that this happened so soon. It's so close to harvesting season. Maybe I need to hire someone out to harvest this for me. He gets up to the carts. You see, they're not everything. A lot of things are loaded into these carts, but until there's definitely more that probably need to be loaded. And in the carts, you don't see anything really like livestock. You don't see anything like that. It's mostly just decorations. There are things like furniture, paintings, silverware, probably mementos. Most of the things of value here are more like value in decorations and luxury. That's what it mostly seems like. You see some bottles of wine and alcohol. You see like a bunch of books and broken down shelves. You see a lot of really nice looking farming tools. All of it is just pretty. There's nothing like really like, oh, this is crazy, but there's a lot of things, and it's just like luxuries and decorations that add up to wealth. There's nothing like, oh, this one item is worth 50 Rihdarian gold or something. So each of them is pretty similar. Each of them is mostly just different versions of piles paintings and all this furniture and things, jewelry, stuff like that.
Now, may I ask which contents in particular you're looking to sell?
Well, a little mismatch, but I'm very keen on keeping a lot of these paintings. A lot of very famous paintings here I have. Same with the jewelry for my wife. I'd probably be giving you more things like, more fragile things like the pottery, and just boxes of random goods that we have around. Nothing too special, just boxes of seed and the extra seed. I'll be taking some with me, of course. Trophies, the furs, maybe some of the furs, some of the clothing as well. It really just depends. I mean, nothing. All of us would be pretty, more or less. Someone give you the stuff that is of less importance to us sentimentally.
That's fair enough. Well, if we're going to be doing a deal, of course, we'll essentially be transferring the risk of a third of your stock from you to us. Kit, how much would that be worth monetarily? What do you think are the odds of Mr. Holland being robbed or attacked by bandits on his journey?
Well, judging by what he said about that area, it's pretty high. However, we are the most fit to defend you in this case.
Oh, no, we're not going with him. He's going to Silverin. We're going to Port Crevice.
Ah, well, over there you should be fine.
Thank you. I'm glad. That's exactly what I was saying. As he kind of give you a smirk, Hawkins.
Wow.
I like how Phoebus doesn't. To be fair, you guys didn't label it out, but as out there wanting Phoebus.
What?
Thank you.
You said exactly
Thank you
what
for
they
the
didn't
support. Thank you. Well, Silverin itself is a wonderful, safe place. Of course, the journey. That's a completely different. That's a completely different story, isn't it? Isn't it, Kit? No, you agree,
no,
right,
yeah.
Kit?
Now that you put it like that, I mean, I guess you're right.
Hawkins is hyperventilating.
You guys all just see Kira as just like starting to sober up a little bit, but just like out of their mind, watching you guys try to figure out what the hell's going on here.
I do like Un's idea, because I think if we can probably sell this at Port Crevice, thinking about it. Because that's a short-term thing. We can just sell it straight at Port Crevice instead of like just having to worry about it being a long-term investment.
That would also
as long
work.
as we can get it there safe. Because this isn't stuff you can invest in. This is stuff we got to sell, right?
Well, no, it's stuff you. I mean, it's stuff you don't have to sell. It's stuff that will always probably keep its value to some extent. Some of it might even gain in value depending on what it is. But you'd realize that this is. Him going to Silverin probably takes no risk to him. And if you guys take this to Port Crevice, well, you guys know about what's happened with all these caravan raids. Who knows?
We could bait them out and then take their stuff.
That is
and sell, and then also sell that.
Well, that is one of your quests to eradicate Datster. He looks around and said, it seems this isn't going very well for you. Honestly, I could probably sell this stuff for more in Silverin than I could ever here.
As if you can get it.
Could I insight check what he just said?
No, which one? Are you trying to figure out?
That he could sell it for more.
Yeah, go on.
I want to see if he's lying.
Sure. I mean, you can't really tell if he's, like, this is, you can tell he believes it. Is it really true? You don't know, but you understand his thought behind it. Just here in Maplewood, a lot of people come for tourism, and a lot of people aren't coming here to like buy things. There are often a lot of nobles here, but in the current state of Maplewood, the only person probably with enough money to buy anything from him are either the River Rats or the Duke. And well, those two you don't really think are very good options. So him going to Silverin, he's going to be able to find nobles and people who are looking for things, and he'd probably be able to make more money off of it there. How much? Well, who knows? But he believes
you and I both know, in a perfect world, that would possibly be true. Or at least, I don't know. I don't honestly. I can't tell you the economy of Silverin. But we're not talking about the perfect world. We're talking about this shithole, fucking bandit-riddled countryside. It's unsafe. War's coming, apparently. You know? Who even knows how long we've got? Will we make it? I don't know. But we're right here with cash. And I don't know, maybe 25 Rihdar in gold and we can take it.
Half the value. I was thinking more like 48.
48?
Yeah.
Kit.
If I get robbed, that's one thing, but I don't know if you guys are aware, but Alexis Villar has had a lot of patrols out, and he's even repairing the roads. Assuming I can make it the half a day's journey to the hub, I'm basically home free.
Oh, he's repairing them.
The horses, the two horses and the cart are worth 3, maybe 4. I can't imagine that all the other stuff is worth 21.
Anyone who has, does anyone have any skills in understanding the value of things? I guess Kid does. Kid can definitely make a roll.
I'm really trying to get Kit in.
Kid, make an investigation roll if you want to investigate this. The amount of money on here. And even though like you guys, aren't really merchants, but you've been trained how to know value of general goods, because it's not always just as simple as like, oh, the value is a handful of money. A lot of times there's a lot of value in things that aren't. And you look through this stuff, you look at the quality of paintings, some of the bottle of wine, some of the jewelry, some of the vases, and it's not a whole lot. Like, it's not so much that goes over here, but the value is definitely very nearly 50 Rihdar in gold. This man is not trying to trick you and be like, oh, it's worth more than this. Initially he had no reason to like trick you guys for the value, so he didn't. And at this point you look at it and yeah, there's maybe a little bit less missing, but that's probably because he hasn't brought everything out yet. He seems to be still in the process of moving everything out.
How much did the menu at the Leaping Frog say the entire bottle of Swamp Brew cost?
25 Rihdarian. 25 silver doctrines.
Oh.
Yep. So I was thinking about 48. Because you gotta think about it. It is a little bit inconvenient to like move out. And, I have to pay someone and worry about feeding the horses and stuff all the way there. And then, yeah, we have to, get there safely. And I was planning on hiring a couple guards anyway. But having less the guards better. So I do understand what you mean by selling it here for the best.
I have a weird question for you.
Do
you have any guns in this whole pile?
No. Why? You do realize that guns are not a common folk weapon, really. Unless you're potentially a soldier in Denver or something.
No, like hunting rifle or anything.
I'm not. He kind of looks around, like he tilts his head at you.
I want to like reach, drop my bag on the floor. He hears just like loud thump hit the ground, and I want to pull out the breastplate of my mithril plate armor.
Nice looking armor you have there.
Well, I was gonna trade this in maybe for a rifle. But,
love to help you, mister, but look around you. I'm a farmer. My weapon's a scythe and a plow.
This bitch.
I'm literally a farmer. I'm not a hunter warrior. You need to find someone. Even Loud Gray, our best hunter, he uses a bow. There are hunters who use weapons, but...
I'll drop it back in the bag.
Now, if you give me that armor, though, I'll cut the deal off in half.
Definitely not.
Okay.
How much is the armor worth?
A lot.
I think it's worth, like, what, 23, 32? Something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Basically half of it.
Yeah, that might be a fair deal then.
Okay, well, my
but I
statement
don't
is
want
48.
to give up my armor
fair
like
enough.
that.
Your negotiations aren't really looking very pretty. I'm sitting at 48 right now, because I could just as easily, try and book it to Silverfriend. That's pretty
can I talk to
safe.
you over here?
Yeah, what's up, Nick?
Hawkins, why don't we just fucking steal some horses? We get
'Cause
two
we're
horses.
very
fuck the cart.
recognizable.
We leave the cart. And Kit's on one. You and I, or me and Kit on one, and you and Kira on the other.
No, we are the most conspicuous group of people in this entire town. We both have tails.
Well, think about it. On our way out, we're going by the barracks, and they've already seen the blossom patches, right? They'll be like, oh, it's them. They must have bought some horses, made their way out.
And then this man says that we stole from him. And then we're now wanted.
By then, we're fucking long gone.
But we're going to be coming back
I mean, we
in
don't have to
exactly
go
a
back.
week. We have to if we want to get to the marshes. If we want to get back to
Just go
Mount
around.
Mordred. Can I try and do I don't know, what would it... Try and see if this is something that might work? Or like might be one of the best, like maybe investigation to see if this is like one of the better strategies we could...
Like,
we've got.
actually, like, investing the money into this?
It's just stealing.
I mean, realistically, another option would be just paying like 45, like offering like 45 gold and stealing the tailor. Like we could just kidnap the tailor.
Technically, well, at the very end, you should remember that things don't really depreciate very fast. So as long as you don't lose the stuff, you guys still technically have your money.
Yeah.
It's just not.
As long as we
tangible.
don't lose it, we can still sell it at Port Crevice. I'm sure there'll be people that will buy it there because it's a port, right?
Well, I just,
So
that's
there's
another
gonna be
statement
people
of.
going
There's
in
no
and
statement of where you should consider: is it worth taking it to Port Crevice, or is it worth leaving it here with Mr. Tyest and potentially coming back for it, and then selling it somewhere else? Because you would
Yeah, I
be
guess we could
very
do that.
aware that the odds of being there's a high chance you'll be attacked with your caravan if what everyone's been saying about this new bandit group is true.
Honestly, I think
That's
this
not
is what we
something-
do.
That's something you should
Hear me
know.
out, okay? I just want to converse a little. I think we can buy the goods and leave it here at Tyest, and tell him that he can use the seed and stuff to grow, but he owes us. Like everything, like all the money that he would make from selling stuff, we take a cut. Right? And then anything that he can't use to grow livestock or like grow farm or anything, we will take with us back to Mount Matrod.
Like, yeah, because I'd be all up for like going criminal, but we've been around this town. We're very conspicuous. People know us, and that'll make us wanted, especially. And then at that point, we're fucked, right? Because we still have a good reputation. As long as once we ruin our reputation, you can't get it back.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like we can still use the money that we have to get the tailor to come with us, I'm sure. Right?
Yeah.
Essentially.
So we don't have to kidnap her. The only money that we wouldn't have is for the outfits, right? But the thing is we could always by the time we come back to Maplewood, we could take all that stuff to Mount Matrod and maybe strike up a deal. And on top of that, tell them about like a new way to get income by the farm.
Cool. Sure.
I do think we should try and
we
put the price down to like 40.
We like Kit. If we can get Kit involved in the conversation, like if Kit starts haggling, he can get it down to 45 with his 10%.
I think he should try and get it down more to like 40.
I mean, he can try and get it down to 40, but he should be able to get it to 45 with his passive.
To be very transparent, because I mean, you guys would probably recognize this. Jim Holland is like you guys. He's willing to sell because there's definitely reason and be like, okay, well, it might be inconvenient to carry. But this man is in no rush to get rid of his stuff. He will just as easily reject your deal and just take it with him.
Because we gotta make him think that it's a smart business move, right? Like he's more likely to actually make it.
So
he's got less to worry about.
Drop the price too much, and he's gonna be like, "Oh."
How about this? How about we offer Jim? We will oversee like farmland for him here, and he can take a cut from sales here, and also make money in sale for him.
So can you say that again? I couldn't quite understand.
So instead of us taking a cut from Quinten, we offer him to take the cut from Quinten, right? To bring the price even lower. He's making
Quinten,
money both in Sealfriend now
Quinten's a weirdo, though.
and Maple.
If we mention Quinten, he'll be like, "Oh, that guy. Yeah, I can trust him. His farm is a shithole."
Well, I mean, the thing is, if we give him like 35 gold for it, right? Like if he brings it down that much, we can say, if you bring it down to 35 gold, we can I mean, we could just say we'll oversee the sales ourselves, and we'll sell your stuff here, and you can take the money from it. Or like we'll grow stuff for you here, and over time he'll make money here and in Silfrin.
I guess. I don't know. I'm not good at this stuff. Peeves,
I mean, realistically, the most basic thing to do would be take our stuff to Port Crevice. But how confident are we in fighting those bandits?
You're right. This is probably not a good idea to take it to Port Crevice. It would be better if we could just sell it straight away as soon as we get there, but that would still take time.
Yeah.
Back.
Time we haven't really got.
Has anyone else opted in on this besides the two of you?
Peeves, would you be able to try and haggle?
Here, let me look at how much.
Just try and get to
answer
40
yes.
and see how it goes.
I just want to ensure that all four of you guys are talking to each other for this, because I mean, this is a pretty big, like.
Yeah.
I just want to make
What
sure.
if I put how much?
Yeah, I want to make sure all four of you are talking about this, because this is a big deal for all of you.
I'd say
Depending on how you
kidnapping the the tailor is a lot more doable than stealing from this person.
Port Crevice is a big
the thing
town.
is we don't have to kidnap them if we buy this, because we can use the money left over to get the tailor to come with us. The money that we won't have is to pay for our outfits.
Ultimately, you never know what the tailor's going to want. You just have what they gave.
Yeah, like a lot of these things
you
you're
never
just
know.
you're going a lot on. Was it based on speculations? Like we don't even know if half of those things will even happen. Who knows? Maybe we get there, the tailor's dead.
Yeah,
So
well,
I think
the tailor may reject anything. They may not be willing to come at all.
Like, because if they want us to do something other than money, like this, getting us there faster with a carriage and horses gives us more time to actually work at Port Crevice to figure out what we need to get the tailor. Which I think time is the main thing that we need right now, right?
Yeah. I think no matter what, if we buy it, then we don't take it at Port Crevice and we leave it with Quinten and hope that he makes us money. Yeah, we just take the horses. The thing is, we can take the cart too. We just empty the cart.
How would Quinten make us money by selling?
Because he owns a farm. Like that farmland is good. He just has sold all of his stuff because of his dad. So if we tell him that like we'll help with his dad, and here's a bunch of stuff on top of the money that we just gave him that'll let them live for weeks, like he owes us at that point, right? So over time, all the stuff that he sells, like we'll tell him he owes us a cut of it.
And overtime isn't like what, like because
it basically gives us the time that we're looking for to get to Port Crevice and a long-term investment of making money back from his farm, like him selling his goods.
Okay, like a long-term investment, sure, but we're probably not going to see anything for like a year.
I mean, if we're literally giving him livelihood and we're telling him that we're gonna help get his father to the afterlife, like why would he? At what point would he not agree to do that?
I think it's. I mean, I don't think anything wrong with that, but I think it's also pretty ballsy to just assume that just because we help him, he feels.
Well, I mean, the thing is what else are we gonna do with the stuff? Like, are we going to take it to Port Crevice and risk it all going away? Or do we want to play the safe game and at least have it here and maybe make some money back from it?
Yeah, no, I'm not against your idea at all. I'm just saying, like we're not we're not going to expect any returns for a long while.
Well, your returns are
I agree on that.
You can keep it here. You don't have to make them sell it here because there's not much value here. You just keep it here when you come back and you have free time. Just take it to some town and sell it. It's not like you got.
Well, the only thing that we would be officially giving him is the seeds and stuff for him to plant.
Okay, well,
and the rest would just be having him hold into it.
Yeah, and maybe we could say if you want to sell this stuff, go ahead, but you have to give us a cut, right? Otherwise,
you have to give us all the money you sell it for.
Yeah, something like that.
End of the day, what you guys are making a deal for is you're basically doing these horses and foregoing the potential of just being able to buy off, if that's how much money it takes the tailor. You're not really losing much money unless some shit happens where your stock right here burns or some shit.
Yeah.
Like but if we're genuinely desperate for stuff there, we can try and find ways of making money at Port Crevice.
Yeah. I mean, I genuinely believe that like our stuff could like turn into more here.
I mean, I can also give, if we stay here for another day, or at least for 8 hours, I can enrich his land with the potion of plant growth, which pretty much doubles the food that is made on his land.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine
the
if we
potion,
did that, and how much we would make if he owes us like a portion, right? Like
don't-
he owes us like 80% of profit.
Why do you need to wait 8 hours for that, Mo5?
It says if you cast a spell over 8 hours, you enrich the land.
Oh, you mean you'd focus on the after you use the
Yeah.
potion, you'd focus on it for 8 hours?
Yeah, I'd be focused. I'd be enriching the land instead of doing the short term benefit.
Well, I think the main thing is I don't think we're making it because we're making 80% of a peasant's cash.
I mean, over
Like,
time, that's quite a bit.
This is a peasant. It was like, was it 5 silver? Was multiple, like, was it a month or
Multiple
two
weeks.
worth?
Like
Multiple weeks
whenever
worth
you
of
guys that one Ordarian
living.
gold to
Yeah, that's true.
Robin, first session we gave Robin that one Ordarian gold. That's not a year, but the majority of a year's worth of money.
So we might make 1 gold if we're lucky. I still don't mind leaving this stuff here, but I don't think
Yeah.
we should be expecting an investment out of it
I think
Yeah,
there's more to it than
or a
money
sizable investment.
Because I think you're really focusing on the money part. I mean, you also now like you have
I mean, like even coming
corporal
back here,
ally.
right? Like imagine he raises horses. Like
a-
we wouldn't have to pay for him. We could literally just be like, hey, we're taking these horses.
you have a place to
Or
stay.
like-
for 75
We have a
silver.
place to stay for free.
You got-
We'll have food. Like I think necessarily the value of that is pretty high, especially with it being so close to Mount Matrad.
But you also do other things as well. Don't forget the dangers about for you guys lurking in this town. It's definitely not safe here for you. But you know, that I'm not gonna tell you what to do.
we'll come
I'm
back
just
at level
making sure.
10 and we'll raise the city. Easy.
I mean,
Well-
and on top of that, we could always come back and fix the springs, and that would probably increase the value of things that they sell by fixing the springs and
I don't think anyone is
bringing back
disagreeing with
tourism.
you at the end of the day.
No, yeah, I just don't think that we'll be making money. It just might be
At the end of the
good.
day, it's just that
Yeah.
you're like, we're just like explaining you that
Yeah.
the money is we're probably not getting a lot of money at all, like which is like
Like,
the one
it
day
might
you really
be-
have to.
Yeah, in the long run, with the amount of money we've got, it would be negligible because we'll still be making money off of 1 peasant
yeah.
or 1 peasant family.
Also, the lesson you guys will know: no one makes a lot of money here besides maybe the tavern and inn. Because all the money comes from tourist revenue. Like anything else in this town, that's why it looks so poor now without tourism, because all the income's from tourism. So you know, potentially you could use that as a way to lean into. But, yeah. Anyway,
I think
you guys
that's
are
something
doing-
we could definitely come back to after we get the tailor to Mount Matrad.
Yeah, you guys have some definitely higher priorities, and more or less, what your decision here now is, money or horses, because you'll be able to get there on
Yeah.
time regardless. But it just depends on how fast.
Yeah, but it's
I mean-
not about
I
getting
mean-
there on time. It's about getting back on time.
Yeah, exactly. But
Yeah.
remember why I
And
said
if we rent the
yesterday-
horses, we won't be able to.
remember why I said though of there may be horses in Port Crevice, but you know that is
Like, sure, but
yeah.
how many days of travel would using a horse save?
It turns from half a day, basically it cuts in half, I think, or cuts in third. I don't know. So I'd say three days, maybe 4.
How long does it take from us to get from Maplewood to Port Crevice if you wouldn't have a horse right now?
Well,
It was like 9 days, right?
It 9 days.
Was it 9 days
yeah.
there and back?
I think it's there and back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you count it on the map, I'm not looking at the map right now, so I don't see. Every grid on the road is half a day. I think I might be.
Do
changing
diagonals
them.
count?
Yeah. So basically, as long as you're on something like that, it's roughly, I think 5 days there, 5 days back, or 4 days. That's weird.
It's like 5 days there and then another 5 days back. So it's like a 10-day travel from there back to Maplewood. It's like 9 or 10 days.
I do think I will be increasing that distance, but I'm not gonna do it right now since we've already set up this time schedule. I'm not gonna do it now, but I think I'll be switching that eventually towards a day, which is how big the world is. Go on.
So it would be like 10 days to, like, for the entire trip from here to Port Crevice and then Port Crevice back here with no horse.
And if we
And that's
had a-
not
if we had a
including the
horse
time that we
the
would be
whole
in
way,
Port Crevice. If we had a
would
Port
be-
Crevice, it would be 5 days if it was cut in half, or it'd be like 3 days if it was cut in third.
With a horse, assuming you're galloping, I think it'll be a third, maybe a half. Definitely a third if you have a wagon, because it'd be a little bit slower. But since you guys,
Wait,
since
can
you
it
guys
to
will
a third or a third from a third?
it can.
So it would be a third of the time without a wagon.
I'm really
Half
struggling to
width?
put my head around the numbers.
The way-
How many days exactly?
So let's say it was 10 days, and let's say let's say each of you had a horse. I'd cut that in half. But since you guys will be doubled up on horses, instead of being 5 days, I'll make it a third. So what? A third of 10 is what? 3 days, 3.5 days, something like that. And if you guys
Okay.
have if you guys have a cart, it'd be the same as if you guys are doubled up on the horses. So it'll still be like a third. And make it half the time as if you guys are like full sending out on horses. So it'd be roughly a third. You'd basically save a third of any travel. Maybe more if you push. Maybe more if you push the horses. It's kind of there's a bit of a scale there, depending on how hard you push your horses.
So I wrote them down. I did 10 for no horse, 5 for with horse, and 3 for no wagon.
I'm pretty sure it's actually 9 days. I will look at it real fast. You just keep talking. I'll measure it down.
That's like my idea of what you just said. I mean, I will say
It's 9 days.
I do
anyway.
have the armor to
Or
sell,
10. Half and half.
which is worth like if we had the I think we would have more than enough money between stuff to get the tailor and get the outfits if we bought this. And I think it's a good investment for mostly basically property.
Okay.
And having like a connection in Maplewood,
Well-
and then on top of that, we'll get there in time and back in time.
Well, perfect. Well, then let's do it then. You guys is ball field. Jim Holland has made his deal. He's very keen on getting out of here, though. But he also,
I think we definitely do cut the deal, like we try and cut the prices down a little.
Because we should be able to get to 45 at the most.
Assuming
yeah.
all of you guys work together, it won't be very hard to get to 45. But so far, it's only the
Do
two
we
of you.
want to take a vote?
So far, it's only the two of you
So
playing
what
it,
do the rest of you
and
think?
it's kind of rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys don't. Yeah.
So do the rest
Do
of
we
you
wanna
agree with trying to get this stuff and leaving it with, I forgot his name.
Quinten.
The-
Pretty good with that.
Quinten?
The one thing I want you all to know is, if you think about it in character, this is like basically saying there's a high chance we're gonna have to kidnap this tailor if things don't go south. So as long as you're aware of that and be like, that's a thing I'm willing to risk, then that's about the only risk you're taking.
For me personally, I'm thinking about like the expiration date on the collars, which means just death. And I think kidnapping the tailor is a little bit better than dying. So
And who knows? Maybe if we explain the situation really well,
yeah,
she or he won't think.
Would you like to work?
I
for
do want to know
Class
if you have a better idea. Now is the time to say it.
Could we just ask Francis if they could give us more money?
I mean, I guess we could.
I mean, we can't really make any plans because we don't even know what this tailor is like in the first place. So I think once we see what this tailor is like, then we can go on a decision of like kidnapping.
Do we need
or
to
not
ask for more
kidnapping,
money
or
or-
ask for
Yeah.
money. Exactly.
Yeah.
I
They
think we
said-
could just ask for
yeah.
more money and cut into the
You guys can
treasury.
contact them whenever. You
They'll
have
probably
that
say
advice.
no. But like, even if we want to get more money,
I mean, to be fair,
we
they got all
can't
the
go all
money
the way
from
back.
Zothas.
yeah, but
Sorry,
we
go on.
asked for some some of our cash back that Sothis stole, and they said no.
True.
And then we'd also have to go all the way back to Mortrad. So even if we're going to ask for more money, we'd have to ask for more time as well.
I mean, there's
Which we
also
could
the
do.
case of there might be horses at the barracks, but do we want to spend that time going to the barracks?
I honestly don't think barracks would help us. Because I think if the barracks had horses to give, they would have given it to the knights that came by.
Yeah.
And those knights are a bigger deal than us.
Very true. Well, I am personally okay with this.
I'm okay with it. Peebus, Mo5?
I am perfectly fine with
Okay.
this plan.
Okay, well,
All right,
it's up to
people
you
start
guys.
finagling their
Okay.
prices down.
So
Try and get it to 40, but if you can't, just do 45.
Okay, so how much is he selling it for?
I
48.
This
He
price?
said
this is a little
48.
bit awkward. He's looking at you, Hawkins. I get what you all are doing here, but you have to understand, I'm not in much of a rush. I'm not in much of a worry to sell this. And what you said is true, so I'm willing to sell it, but, going back to my statement, you guys aren't doing very well negotiating right now. I'm not very impressed.
Believe me, I know.
Not to put in, but, Hawkins and I were discussing a little bit. How would you think about 40? 40 Rihdar gold.
40 Rihdar.
No, we're leaving, we're trying to get the hell out of here, just same as you. 40 Rihdar gold right now, in your hand.
You do realize that 10 extra Rihdar gold is like 2 years of my life. Now we're just selling time.
Probably more of ours.
Yeah, sure, you rat catchers are hit or miss, but I've heard stories. Sometimes you hit jackpots, get treasures beyond your belief. I'm a stable man. 40 is way too low.
When does this time chest open, by the way? Did you ever write down the new day?
I didn't write down the... I think you updated it in my thingy majig.
I know I updated somewhere. I know it. I'd have to look though.
Because it was supposed to open on the 10th, and then it got frozen.
Pretty sure it opens the 15th. Pretty sure.
Yeah, it still says the 10th. Is it the 15th now?
Pretty sure it's the 15th. What's tomorrow?
Oh, it was paused for 6 days, so is it the 16th?
Well, you lost 1 day, so it'll be 5 days extra.
Okay.
You didn't realize for a day. So tomorrow, I guess. So he's like, I get what you're saying, and no one wants to be a stickler, but I am really, normally I'd be more willing to negotiate those low prices, but I'm not in any real feeling of pressure or danger. This is just convenience to not have to carry this around. And well, being a farmer, I often don't have convenience, so this is nothing new if I need to take it with me. And to be fair, if you have the money speaks louder than words, but you guys are you guys are a little sketch.
Okay.
I won't lie, you guys are very sketch. You guys are acting a little strange. You over here are connected to the Dreamwalker, and nothing really against you, but you also most definitely not a race that's from around here. This is not.
Look, man, I get it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just
show him the 40 Rihdar and gold.
RP, I show him a lot of money.
You open up, you see Kit pulls out this kind of flat chest, which is actually a little bit similar to the time chest, but it's like brown in color. And he kind of unlocks, opens it up, and it's actually pretty well organized. Just a couple of quite a few stats of Rihdar gold. That is more money than I ever would have expected you guys to have. You probably shouldn't be showing that around easily.
Oh yeah, you were the first person we've shown.
He kind of looks at you all. You guys currently look like shit. Like someone's already beat you up. If they see that and see you right now, I don't know if you ran into him yet, but a bunch of lot have these rat tattoos on their forearms. They're the gang members.
Yeah, we know. Look, man, we've had a rough week. All right, could we do like 42 gold or something with that?
47.
Okay, have a look at the stock. How much can you sell that for?
Wait, what? Is it me?
Have a look at the stock over there in the carriage. How much do you think you can sell that for?
I look at the stock and I estimate its worth.
Do another investigation.
Yeah.
How much is the?
Another investigation. We'll see. Your various knowledge. Yeah, once again, you look at this and you realize this man, the value is definitely, he's not cheating you by much, if anything. It's around 50 Rihdar gold base value. But prices come and go. Depending on how good you are at negotiating, you might be able to get more for it than you buy it for. And if you get lucky and you find someone who's collecting something, you may get even more. So it's that this has a pretty solid base value of, around, at least not much less than what he's offering it for, but there's also potential to sell it for more. It really just comes down to luck. But the answer is you could probably sell it for more than 50 Rihdar gold, but you guys would have to find the right people, and you guys would have to be able to make the chats and roleplay it out. That's the answer.
I give Hawkins that information.
All right, give it to him.
One more time.
Dude,
Oh my
why
God.
I just
Oh my-
lagged so hard.
Holy
I
shit.
pressed enter. I'm like, why isn't this working? And then it just sent like 12 of them.
The short answer for you, Peebus, is that you would realize that it's worth about 50 Radarian gold, give or take. But you can potentially sell it for more or less. It just comes down to your guys' ability and skills to find the right people and to negotiate the prices.
All right, Hawkins. It's looking like about 50.
Right. Now, does that include amount of hours it would take for us to sell it? Does that include the amount of money it would take for us to store it? Does that include people might have to pay to guard this stock? Is that everything? Does that include all of the prices that might be involved in dealing with this much product?
Yeah, no.
No. So you're saying it's not really worth that much because we're taking on a lot of risk, and with that risk comes fees, money, shit that we got to pay out of pocket for. No.
Do persuasion roll, Hawkins. He's listening to you say this.
All right. I'm trying real hard. Can I use my
You doing? What are you doing?
+6?
Hell yeah, you can.
Make
Still
that
with
a
the
19.
Okay, perfect. That works. He looks at you. He's like, normally, what you're saying is a bunch of mojo ojo. Yeah, of course. That's obvious that you don't have those costs to deal with. People don't buy for that reason. They know that's part of it. People buy for an investment. You gotta take a little risk for it. But I get what you're saying. And the more you guys talk, I'll be honest. The more I want you guys to get off my land. But I do kind of like what you mentioned earlier about not having to worry about carrying this. I have to buy less guards, and in case some shit does happen, you won't have to be as big of a worry. As long as you aware that I'm not scamming anyone, I'll bring the price down a little bit. But 40 Radarian gold is too little. That is literally years of my life.
Right.
I'm gonna nudge Kit.
Kits,
All right, how
how
about I
much
give
do
you-
you think we can do this for?
How about I give you a few more years on your life with, let's say, 44?
46.
All right, now, how about I'll do you a favor? I'll make that big number a little smaller.
I don't like the tricks of gnomes. Cut to the chase. I won't be
Yeah,
beguiled
I
by you.
don't know. Can't stop.
Yeah,
He listen to you, Hawkins for Timbery. This is what I'm talking about when I said gnome and your money. This is
Hawkins
that's the reason.
grabs Kit's chair, opens it a little
I'm
bit,
just-
and says, 45 Radarian gold.
How about we just meet in the middle? Would you take 45?
He is looking at Hawkins and Kit do this. He's even looking at Kira, who seems still drunk and almost as disinterested as he is at this point. He just looks back.
Please?
You know any farmers?
give him the puppy dog eyes.
If you say please,
Oh,
you also make a persuasion roll.
I get advantage.
If you want to, it's up to you. As you kind of
I'll roll it.
okay, well, he kind of looks at you and at them doing things, and you can just tell he's kind of fed up. As you see Rebecca, Mr. Holland, we are almost done. I packed up your stuff, and he just doesn't really pay much attention. He leans up to you all. I'll be honest. This place has turned to a shit show. There's been too much going south, and I don't want to live. I don't want to be here any longer because I'm worried about.
I don't want to live.
I don't want to be here any longer because, as you must know, I don't want to have anything to do with that dream demon that you seem to be connected to and is played in this town and is going around played in other places. It's spreading, and I want to get away before it spreads to me or my wife or my children or even my servants. do you know anyone who could work my farmland while I'm gone?
Yeah?
I'll meet you in the middle, 45 gold. But you have to be in charge of getting someone to harvest. I was going to have to look into someone beforehand, but you guys are in charge of finding someone to harvest my crops. Of course, whoever does it, they will get a small percentage, as per normal, if you get someone to harvest your crops.
What's their cut?
Just standard, about 15%. Maybe 20, depending on the yield.
I think that's fair enough. What do you think,
That's
Luke?
fair.
You just gotta find
We can do
someone to do
that.
that. I'll meet you in the middle, 45 Rihdar gold. I get to
We
pick
know someone.
what items you take, but it's of equal value. And you lot find someone to do this for me. 'Cause I'm not gonna be here for it. And that means healing's up. That means if you get someone to do a shit job, best not show your face around me.
Yeah.
Got a deal?
Yeah, we know someone.
Okay, who?
Old Quinten.
You see right away his face drops. You get it right.
He owes us.
He's
Big
the only
time.
farmer in town we know.
It's not that he owes you. Have you not seen his farm? You're currently staying on the best farm here, and he's the worst farmer here.
Well, here's the thing
look.
with Quinten is he's
The thing with Quinten is he'd be a great farmer if he just didn't worry about his dad so much.
Yeah,
And we're gonna go help
we're
him.
all aware of that.
Look. We already told him that we're gonna go help his dad. He owes us, okay? So, his payment to us is gonna be helping you. And then we'll go do our thing and go help his dad. And that'll be that.
don't worry, we'll make him know that if he fucks up your farm, we will destroy his family and him. We will go find his father and put him in a block of steel under the ocean, and he'll never have a happy ending.
Okay,
Tee,
Mr.
wiki face.
Okay. A little extreme, but sure. Anyway, here.
I don't like him.
Come inside. We'll sign a documentation. I'll take you to the town hall and settle this deal. As you see, he walks
Perfect.
back inside. And whoever's making the deal with. You see, he walks back inside. He sits down. He gets Rebecca to a piece of paper. He starts writing out. You guys don't know much about the legalities and stuff, but he's writing out what's pretty clear, some kind of contract. He's writing out this contract.
I can sign with my fake identity if you'd like.
You hear,
Yeah,
Kit?
why would you even break that up? But yeah, Kit, you go ahead and sign it.
As
You're the one who made the deal.
Yeah, you're right. I did do most of the talking for you guys anyway.
you see, he ends up finishing writing, and he pulls the paper. Here, read over this. And when you look at it, it basically says that for 45 Rihdar gold, he's going to give you a horse, 2 horses, the wagon, and a third of his mobile wealth, as he deems fit, of which items, as long as it reaches equal value. At the very end, at the bottom, it says, additionally to the 45 Rihdar gold, they are to handle the harvesting of the land for 15%, potentially up to change on the value of the crops, and if the harvesting is butchered or not done right, they're to be held accountable. That's basically what it says. At the very bottom, you see he signed his name. He signs very nicely, Jim Holland, and he pushes over.
He pushed over to me.
Just whoever. He doesn't know who's signing in. He just
I
pushed over
will
to the group.
grab a little pen, a nice cool book, a nice little
He kind of looks at you. Are you sure you want the don't know if it's a good idea having the gnome sign.
Yeah, you're right. Give me uppies.
No, I don't mean that.
All right, I'll do it.
It's hard
That's
to
fine.
trust. Especially after what you're like all over the place, Mr. Gnome.
Yeah, understandable. Watkins grabs Kit, both on by his torso, puts him to the side, puts him like neatly on like the couch. He takes the quill. You sit there and be good.
I mean, I don't know why only one of you signing this. Is it all of your monies or just one of your monies?
Oh, we work as a one. This is a.
All right, I just want to make sure you're
group
all aware.
fund.
If for some reason this goes south and someone's refunded, all the money goes to that one person who signed. No one else is technically entitled to anything, unless your name's on this paper.
Yeah, I insist.
I'm just making sure the other three are aware. Because I know how adventure parties are.
okay.
Sometimes they break apart.
All right, shall we all sign it then together? We'll put all our hands on this quill as one.
You all could also just sign under your group name if you have one of those.
Fuck.
Does it work the same way? If not, please just sign your names individually. I know adventures nowadays, sometimes they have their own stories, like the Maulers or the Red Crows of the East. Cool names like that.
Do you think
What do
the
you think about the
Oddities is a cool name?
oddities? Do you think that's a cool name?
What, did you say the oddities to him?
Yeah,
Huh?
do you think that's a cool name?
He looks over. Not really. It has a bad stigma. I heard something about. It's been a couple months. There's a newspaper here from a bunch of tourism about a month ago before everything went to shit. And someone came in saying they went to good old Alfonso's Test near Colosseum, and there was a group called Oddities who beat the hell out of a bunch of children. Monsters.
Yeah, I think,
Weird.
I saw that in the newspaper too, fucking
I mean,
pricks.
I get it. I mean, you're there to fight, and they shouldn't have let children in, but... Well, I heard that they weren't even in the loser's bracket yet, so I could have taken a loss.
I heard those children were actually really good at fighting and kind of deserved it.
Yeah, but isn't it even more tragic that kids have to be good at fighting nowadays? It's a shame the world we live in.
Let's just sign our names.
There's a quill and ink. Yeah, all of you can sign if you want.
All right, I'm just gonna write.
I'm not gonna sign.
I'm not signing either.
Hawkins?
Well, Hawkins, you said you wanted to sign it.
Yeah, I'll sign my name. If anyone wants to sign theirs, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll deal with the brunt.
All right.
I'll take responsibility.
You listen to what you signed. Hawkins, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Last name? That's kind of important for legal.
That's my entire name, I'm afraid.
Oh, is that like a lizard folk thing?
Yeah.
Weird culture.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'll drop that off by the town hall, unless you guys want to drop off by the town. Actually,
You drop it off. We're in a hurry.
Now he looks at you.
I'm sure you'd feel more comfortable doing it yourself.
He kind of, when he said, he nods. Yeah.
Understandable.
And he sits him up. Where's the 45 Rihdar gold?
Okay.
I open the company treasury.
Right? Yeah.
That's
Right.
what it is. I mean,
Yeah?
you're in charge of the, you know where the money is. It's your
Okay.
job.
And I pull out of it from the 50 Ridarian gold to negotiate with the teller. I pull out 4 to 5 Ridarian gold.
You
And
pull
it's
it out.
really like it's a really big deal, and everyone's like, "Whoa!" And everyone's
You would
cheering.
know.
Angels come down from the heavens. Obama's there.
All of you looking at that's a lot of money. What this is a large transaction for you guys right now, and also very meaningful to
the
what you have to
alcoholic
do.
boy.
Single tear goes down Newt's eye.
A lot of money, and this is definitely kind of set your path for what you may have to do in the future. But you guys have finally broken into your funding. As he grabs a pouch, as when you sit down, he starts counting it. And he starts putting it into this just money pouch. Pleasure doing business. I'll make sure everything else is loaded up on there. And you do with it as you want. Take the third from the left.
Can I ask how much we should expect from the harvest this season? After we get someone to harvest all this for you?
I'll be honest, I won't know for about a month or so. It's not done growing. If all goes well, actually, I can't even answer that. Actually, without tourism here, the value of food might drop as well. I literally cannot answer you because
using numbers from last season.
Oh, last season, my farm? Well, there's also tats on after you farm and paying people. Probably made about. Last year I made about 28 Rihdar in gold just from the season. Maybe about 20, maybe 30. It really depends on the season and the market.
All right, understandable.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll. I guess we should start heading out. Have you done moving everything between the carriages?
Yeah, you should be good. And hearing that number, you would know that this is definitely a very wealthy farmer. That's big numbers for a farmer.
You definitely have a very good farm.
Yeah, it's all in the trade. Know when to plant, when to harvest, what to use. All farmers have their secrets. He kind of winks at you.
Well then, thank you very much, Mr. Holland.
Thank you. Let have my pockets a little more full.
I hope next time we meet, it won't be under such dire circumstances.
No, that's assuming that this town remains for the next couple weeks. I have a fear that disaster's gonna start striking you soon. I suggest you be careful if you come back. The foreboding and the seer from the capital are nothing to laugh at. And if your friend over there actually has talked to this dreamwalker, your fate might already be cursed.
Is the cart and horses stuff set up already, or do we have to go get the horses?
Nope, you guys, it's all set up. It was all basically there. On the farthest to the left, you see two pretty normal looking horses. Nothing too special. You see a pretty normal wagon. And on top of that, you just see a bunch of what we'll just call general goods. That's worth roughly around 50 Rihdar gold.
Right then, shall we tell Quinten about what he's going to be doing?
I think so. We can go drop off all this stuff at his place.
God, he's gonna cry a lot.
Right. By the way, I wave at Holland. Let's go, team.
Take care of yourselves.
All right.
Be sure to get out of here.
We'll definitely try.
I guess I'll get on one horse.
I think is it just attached to the carriage?
Or is it like a one-person job?
I'm staying in the cart.
Well, firstly, there's two horses. Normally you'd have a horse in the middle, but with two horses you can put two on either side. And I mean, it's one-person job, debatably. But does anyone have skills?
Does any of us have proficiency with land vehicles?
Or even animal handling?
I have proficiency in animal handling.
Kira, with the help of Kira, you guys can pretty easily make sure they're hooked up to the wagon pretty easily.
Oh no, but a drunk drive.
Well, if
Holy shit.
I'm not drunk anymore. I'm sober.
God's drunkest driver.
Anyone else have proficiency in animal handling?
I do not.
Well, with the help of Newt, just...
Oh, I do actually.
Oh, perfect. Well, then you and Hawkins and Newt working together can pretty easily just hook up the horses. It's not something you guys have done in a while, but it's...
I imagine we've been trained and probably doing it a little bit for the military or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. For the hidden chain, you were, and Kira, you're pretty naturally on decent terms with animals. Just one of those things, being a wood elf and growing up with a bunch of druids and things, you're pretty comfortable with animals in the first place. And they are with
animals like me.
So it's not too hard to hook them up. But there's a difference in having animal handling and being able to know how to drive a wagon. So. Does anyone have proficiency in land vehicles?
I do not have proficiency in land vehicles.
I have proficiency with water vehicles.
Which makes sense.
Nope.
Well, it's not overly hard. It may become more of an issue when you travel with the wagon, but for now it's not. Who's driving, though? That's the main question.
Is Kira doing it?
Up to you guys. Up to her.
I was approaching the back of the cart. Unless one of you guys stop me, I'm gonna be sitting in the cart.
Oh, okay. I guess Hawkins will try and take the reins and be like, "Okay, I don't really know how to do this."
Like, wow, Hawkins, you sure are filling in that leadership role.
Shut up. All right. Let me.
As you're testing things around, doing an animal handling check.
Can I help him in any way?
You can come give him some pointers on it if he makes it like horse.
We should have the jackal kind of herd the horses.
I think the jackal is really small compared to the horses. I would think it would spook the horses if anything.
Yeah, you can have advantage on that, Swills, because Kira is. Well, I guess you can describe how you help him. I guess. What do you do to help?
You ever rid a carriage before?
Well,
Kira?
me and Hawkins are both proficient in animal handling because I'm sure you're used to animals in general. So if anything,
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Excuse me. So if anything, if Hawkins doesn't really know what to do with horses, or I imagine he does, I'll just be like, oh, like this is how that's an interesting way of doing it. This is how we did it back at my old hometown. Like just going over the different things. And thank God I did.
Yeah, definitely much better than that. But unsteady as you sit there and you think to yourself, it can't be that much different than water vehicles. This is kind of just like a boat with horses. And it definitely isn't at first. And sometimes you pull on the horses in the wrong way. But with the help of Kira, you kind of keep them steady. And it's not too far. You're not very used to it yet, but it's not overly hard to get out of this homestead. And then basically back toward Quinten Tyest's land. Which is very easy to spot.
Where's the helm on this thing?
This terminology goes over a lot of you guys' head. You don't know exactly. Yeah.
This isn't a ship, Hawkins, if that's what you're referring to.
Right. Well, right. Yeah, sorry. Of course,
just tell the...
What do we call this then? The rudder?
It's a wagon, and you have 2 horses. Just make the horses...
not the ship, but, well, like, these things...
Hawkins, we got the front, the back, the left side, and the right side.
Left, what does that mean?
This side.
Okay, Hawkins, stick out your fingers and make a... What is it? Make like half a box. Or like a corner of a box with your hand.
Oh, hey, we're here.
Oh, we made it. Oh, I'm a natural.
Most until Hawkins is severely overthinking it. But yeah,
I'll walk
driving
to the door and knock on the door again.
You don't have to knock on the door, and they're still huddled up, crying in front of the thing. They're crying the entire time.
Way.
Yeah, they're not like super crying anymore, but they're still just kind of in that position.
All right, we're back.
Hello, why are you back? What?
Because we got some things to tell you.
I see you have horse. What?
We've got a new. What's the word for it?
You guys are gonna sit there and listen, and I'm gonna talk, okay? So, we bought these horses, this cart, and everything inside of it. From, Mr. Holland. You guys, this is what's gonna happen, okay? We're gonna give you all the stuff in this cart.
What?
All the stuff that isn't for farming, you guys are not going to sell. Or get rid of. All of the stuff that is for farming, you can use on your own land, but you're also going to tend to Mr. Holland's farm, and you can take 15% of the harvest. Okay? In return for this, we will make sure that we can get your father where he needs to be. It might take us some time, I'm not sure how long, but we will make sure it happens. And hopefully what we're bringing you is a message that we can make things happen.
All 3 of them are bewildered. As you see the little boy say, Daddy, I think the Reens are finally answering us. As you see, he's in his hand, he's like clasping this, the symbol of the Reens. Gods didn't abandon us. As the mother just kind of hugs her son. I don't... This is a lot to... I don't understand. I mean, I understand... Why?
Well, it's just kind of convenient that it benefits us both.
You saints?
Nope.
Yes.
Yeah.
Some adventures.
Pretty much.
Nope. Yes, pretty much. What?
Will you guys take our deal?
I don't... And you see as his wife just kind of slaps him on the shoulder. Yes. Thank you. He seems very confused. He doesn't know how to handle himself.
I'm gonna reach down to take his hand to get him off of his knees, to like lift him up.
Yeah. Now help us move some of this stuff off this car.
Okay. As he put his hand, he realized the money's not in his hand anymore. He's probably put it up, including the one that you threw earlier. Kira, you don't see it on the ground anymore. As he stands up and all three of them, they don't seem to be crying anymore. Instead, they seem to be like almost shell-shocked. Like you may not personally understand how they feel, but you would be able to understand that this is like if a rich person came up to you and said, "Hey, let's change your life," for no reason.
We just Steve Harvey'd them.
So yeah, he's gonna help you.
We're sending them to the ranch.
That's
As we're moving stuff, I want to like further explain the deal to him. How like Tim Holland needs his farm tended to, things kind of to do. How he should plant some of these seeds in his farm and kind of regrow his farm. Some of the things like how we're looking into help his dad and just overall stuff that Newt has learned and written down over the past few hours of walking back and forth.
Talking to you and talking to the rest of you if you kind of join in here and there and help unload
to like bond with him almost, like make him feel more comfortable around me.
He slowly his soft kind of nervous voice doesn't really retreat. It seems like he always is kind of like that, but he definitely seems a little more pep in his step. Seems to nod along and understand, and says thank you a lot. A little bit too much, actually. It's a bit overbearing sometimes. But he seems to get the gist of, he's basically been leased out to help take care of that farm while he's gone, and not to mess with the stuff for the most part. Just, I hope you can get my father back to Galatea soon enough.
We're gonna do our best.
I'm gonna look towards Hawkins for affirmation.
As long as you're useful to us, we'll help you.
Okay. I think I can manage.
Great. And whenever we get done with your dad going back up to Galatea, and we get done with Mr. Holland's farm, sit around, have a few drinks, be a jolly good time.
Jolly good.
Jolly good.
Oi, oi, oi.
As you
Can
guys
I
are
pull
pretty...
Kira aside for a second?
Maybe we can even teach your boy there how to toughen up. Tell him some stories.
You can put Kira aside. Yeah.
What's his Hawkins?
How much? You said you got like some kind of plant growth,
Yeah, it's like a potion.
and you need to apply that yourself. You know.
Well, I don't think I need to port myself, but these people, I mean, did you see his reaction? Like when I gave him the potion earlier?
Yeah, he's an idiot. That
Yeah,
guy can't be trusted. But
yeah, exactly.
if we were to use that on Mr. Holland's farm, how much would it improve it?
I mean, I don't really know how much it would improve it, but based on what I can imagine, if Aldania gave it to me of all people, I can only imagine how much of a boom it would have on the plant growth or the plant life itself.
If that thing will make like 20 Rihdarian gold, and if it could do something to like doubling it, that's 40 Rihdarian gold.
If anything,
15% for us.
I don't want to be that guy, but like, how much of a? Give me 1 second.
The fuck is that?
Kira, why are you
singing opera?
Who the fuck is singing opera?
The heavens are coming down. The gods of above.
Okay, sorry. Anyway, who's to say? I mean, sure, this guy's a farmer, but is he a good farmer? What's to say he's not going to kill everything on accident?
Well, apparently he's pretty decent as long as he's being attentive, right? So I'll make sure he knows that if he pisses me off, if he ruins our plans, and he fucks with us. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
How we have Newt, good cop, and Hawkins, bad cop.
Okay, that works. All right. Yeah, but I'm probably gonna need a lot. We're probably gonna have to stay here an extra day if we really want to focus on this, because I'm gonna need some time to actually figure out what this potion does.
Maybe we should push that until maybe we could do that when we're back in like a week or so.
I'm a big fan of that idea.
Yeah,
I don't think it's a good idea to be in this town much longer anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. I think we should just get going.
Plus, I'm kind of
we'll do that when we're
back.
back.
Leave.
So, Newt, is he situated? He's all up to date.
He seems he's got it all.
Perfect. Quinten, right?
Yeah,
That's your name.
Yeah. Yes.
What's your? I try and put my hand out to shake his wife's hand. Sorry, I don't think I met you.
Yes. I'm Whitney. Hi.
Ah, lovely to meet you. Now, since you're technically under our patronage, you're making money for us, we're making money for you. Just so you understand, if Mr. Holland's farm gets fucked, we would also be getting fucked. And if you fuck us, we're not helping you. But not only will we not help you, we will fuck you.
Harder.
Not in a good way. Just don't ruin our plan. Not literally. More a metaphorical way. Alright, just take a few steps back. But I didn't say fuck. If you ruin our plans, if you make it so that our deal with Mr. Holland is ruined, and we lose money, and reputation, and everything we've worked so hard for, we will not only not help you and your family, we will actively go against you. Please, we're putting a lot of trust into you and your family. Please be attentive, do your fucking job properly, or not only yourselves, but Quinten's father. Everything will be done. You know, there's no good ending for you lot if you fuck with us. Fuck, I said fuck again.
Yeah.
Intimidation. You see when this is happening, she's not saying much. She kind of just steps away. And then Quinten, who's hearing this, it's just my father's on my mind all the time. And then you're still talking, not really listening to him. He's like, what? And he stops. If my mother's not taken care of, I won't know how to focus. And you just keep going. And until eventually he just stops muttering and kind of gets in between you and his wife. I understand. And you can tell, it's pretty easy to tell that this, there's definitely some things that are in his way, but he is most definitely...
when your mind starts to wander and you think of your dad, just remember
I'm going to put my hand on his shoulder.
Because we will be coming back.
If you do your job, I will assure you that we will take care of your dad.
I don't want to be rude, because I do appreciate, but the way you guys are going about this, are you guys a new gang forming in town?
No. We're not a gang.
You just acting you just remind me.
We're putting a lot on the line here, okay? We saw that you were in need. We see an opportunity, and we're gonna take it. We're not gonna kill you guys.
I appreciate the opportunity. It just felt so much like you just forced it upon me. It just reminded me of how others run the town.
We're not gonna kill you guys, okay? It's the same thing how, it's the same thing that I told you about Father Cabal, right? We like to do things peacefully, but we're putting a lot on the line here. And if we can trust you, we need you guys to trust us. Alright?
We'll do our best. Just don't fuck us.
Oh, trust me, we don't want to.
Don't fuck us first.
I mean, I'm a cloaca, so...
Same.
We don't need to know that.
Yeah,
I don't need a cloaca to fuck you. Wait, what? Never mind, let's go.
Look.
I don't really understand how humans do it.
It'll be alright.
And I assume we're done with the card stuff.
Yeah, everything's unloaded. It's just been kind of thrown into his house in a pile right now. Not organized. It's the only furniture in there. A little dusty. And right now, you guys, I was doing that. You guys are talking, but you guys have a wagon with 2 horses.
Is all this stuff just out in the open?
No, it's inside. But I mean, like
It's inside.
They have no
inside.
furniture, so the inside is like empty.
Okay.
Nothing.
Right. Don't tell a fucking soul about that shit. Enjoy the seed. Enjoy everything you need for farming. That's ours. Alright. Perception. Oh,
I think Kira deserves that one as well. The situation.
Perception?
Yeah.
Okay. Before I perception, let me quickly just do something.
I've been rolling really good today, so that kind of checks out.
We've all been rolling pretty well.
Whenever Hawkins mentions, "Don't tell a soul about this."
Can I give myself guidance?
Normally, yes. Like if you're.
I already know.
If you were prepared to do something, I would say yes. But this is not like you're prepared to do this. It's just something that you're naturally kind of experiencing.
I already know who's here.
Bing!
You whenever he says, "Don't tell a soul," you sobered up and it just reminds you, and you're kind of almost like Pavlov's dog. You've been are now kind of trained to be on edge here, just everything, and you do feel a very creepy gaze on you, but it seems distant.
Rufus. I look around. Do I see him anywhere?
You don't see him, and the gaze feels like a turn into a no. You don't know if he's been watching you for a while, or maybe he's just got back, settled in, and sees where the hell you guys run off to. But he's looking at you briefly at least, but you don't know where. It doesn't feel like.
But I know it's Rufus's gaze based on the creepiness.
Yeah, it's not like even the random river rat you met before, who's kind of creepy. This is in a class of its own. It makes you start sweating almost, like you want to itch yourself.
Guys, Rufus is near. I feel it.
But to be fair, even though you recognize this is not new. He's basically been watching you guys the entire time you've been in town, every day. So this is definitely not a new occurrence.
I don't think he'll mess with our stuff here.
Do we have anything we can use to try and hide this, just in case?
What do you guys have on you? What kind of skills you have? What's your guys' background? Do you have any talent in hiding stuff? I don't know.
I mean, it's all inside. It's not like we have to hide anything. It's inside the house.
Yeah, but if they wanted to, they could just break in anytime they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean...
And they definitely know what's in here now.
Yeah, but this does bring up a whole new slew of questions, would they? And if for what reason?
Yeah, I mean, it's like a peasant, right? Like, would they go through all that trouble?
Well, it's not
I mean,
even
if they've been enough to see what's in here. I mean, they've already attacked us. I think they would.
Maybe. It's really hard to tell. You guys wouldn't... I can't tell you his motives, because, I mean, to be frank, even...
I mean, to be fair, is there anything even here that's, like, really worth... I mean, like, obviously that's our goal, but, like...
Rihdarian gold.
Yeah, I guess so.
But would he piss you guys off more before you come back to the information? Or maybe he would just ignore it because of that reason, or maybe he intentionally would want to piss you off. Who knows?
I mean, to be fair, I'm going to intentionally work against the entire... Like, I'm going to help the group in Port Crevice.
Yeah. Well, the point is, he's there.
So
he's not really there, but, his gaze is kind of always...
Weren't you going to help us in the beginning?
Huh?
Oh, wait, you said you were going to help the group this time? Like, wait, weren't you helping us in the beginning?
He means the gang in Port Crevice.
Oh, yeah. That's what you meant. Okay, I was like...
The ones that were running...
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were like, wait, okay, I misunderstood what you said. Never mind.
Yeah, Newt is petty like that.
I'll do my best to take care of the farms and stuff. I'll try and not
Don't do your best.
Father
do
so
it.
Much. Okay.
Perfect. All right. Well, we'll be back in about a week or so anyway, so we'll see you real soon.
Okay.
Get your legs ready.
Climb into the cart and lay down.
Isn't that a react to that?
because you're gonna be working hard, and you're gonna have to make sure you keep your knees safe. All right, buddy?
Okay. I'm glad you explained.
For
it.
us.
Yeah.
Stay safe out there, all right? I pat him on the shoulder.
Won't that work?
Make your wife and child proud.
Okay.
So are we taking this carriage? We're leaving this here. We should probably just take the 2 horses, right?
In the cart
Just
with
go
us.
bareback.
It'll be
we
the
taking
same.
the cart?
It'll be the same speed at all. So I mean.
Oh, is it?
It's,
Okay.
It's up to you. It'd be roughly, the same, since it's 2 horses on a carriage.
We're taking the cart, like, basically put a target on our back, because people wouldn't... Wait, does the cart have a cover, or is the back open?
Right?
It doesn't have one on it right now, but I mean, you could probably stop by the general store and get one for pretty easy.
We probably don't want a cover, because if there's
Yeah,
people raiding
we
carts,
shouldn't get a cover.
We want them to see that we don't have anything on it.
Exactly.
And Newt is like laying down in the cart. He's so tired.
Yeah, most years.
Little Newt's so tired. It's like, little poke his nose.
Would riding just on the 2 horses give us more, like, be more exhausting? Like, give us more exhaustion if we were to be traveling than if you were using a cart and rotating?
Yeah, well, it'd be definitely if you're riding the horses, because it'd be more difficult on your body. On the cart, you can just kind of, it's not as bad.
Yeah, you
That's
can,
one
like,
of the
go and
benefits
take a
of it.
rower and you're sitting on, like, a...
Yeah, you can actually,
bear.
like, rest in the cart somewhat. On a horse,
Yeah.
you can't. You gotta focus on.
Newt like has seen death and he hasn't slept since, so he's exhausted.
Alright, let's take the cart. What do we need anything else here, or should we just fucking head out?
Last thing, I don't know if you guys, Kira, you would know your medical supplies are basically empty. I don't know if you guys need anything else. If you guys have any other ideas for supplies you may want, but there's a.
The only thing I would need is
sure-
bullets, but there's.
I'm sure I'll find some wonderful medical supplies out in the wild as we traverse the world.
I'm speaking more like bandages, not. I don't mean plans.
Oh. I kind of check my supplies.
I mean, the general store's right there. We could just get in on our way.
Hey
out.
guys, can we stop by the general store really quickly just so I can get some bandages? Because I know you lot like to get hurt quite often. So
True. All right.
You threw a rock at me.
that doesn't negate my statement of you lot like to get hurt a lot.
I was sprinting away from danger as
And you should have done a
told
better
me
job
to.
at dodging my rock, but you didn't.
Okay.
So whose fault it is? Yeah, stay mad.
Guys,
You're
just
mad.
go
You're
to the
mad.
general store real fast and we'll get bandages and we'll be out of here.
I'm gonna wait outside in the cart. I'm gonna go in.
Okay, yeah, you can't watch your guard in the guard. That's crazy.
I figure we all just wait while she goes.
Oh,
Hey there.
did you come back to check on Marcy again?
You know what? I should probably do that. Kind of coming back around.
I hope you slept on it well enough. Oh god, you don't look very good. As he kind of opens up the thing, lets you in. I'll put you in.
I'll be very honest. Not a lot has really. I'm quote my fingers progressed, but how is Marcy doing anyway?
I suppose you could say the opposite of what you've just said. Not progress, it's digressed.
All right, I'm gonna open this door. All right, is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I go inside. What do I see?
Basically the same thing you saw yesterday, except now where you had healed her, the scratches are back. She's even more pale, and you're starting to see these black specks on her face, actually, like around her mouth mostly.
Can I do another medicine check on her?
Yeah, how'd you know about it?
But before I do medicine check, can I cast guidance on myself?
Yeah, easily. So you have guidance now? Perfect. And you can, just roll medicine check, but I would like, if you want to roleplay anyway what you're doing, feel free.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't really know what my full medical extensive knowledge is, but I'm gonna start trying to recall any nature, like maybe plants. I'm trying to recall anything that she said about her encounter with this lady in the woods. She met a nice woman that took care of her in the swamps, and she's apparently heard said beautiful woman. She saw frog people, so now I'm trying to rethink if maybe there's some kind of swamp disease that I might have encountered during my times as an outlander, during my times out in the wild, getting it rough and dirty. So I'm just trying to see if this could be pertaining to maybe it's a plant. If anything, I want to see if this is similar to what is it? that rotting that the vegetants were experiencing.
Oh, please, with that, do advantage.
The moldening? Okay.
It's 17, a little bit better. You're looking at this and you're thinking, it's not really. Firstly, you think about all these things. You're like, sometimes diseases bring hallucinations, and that could just totally be things that she said after she's already sick, and fun, and who knows what really is true. But you definitely said some terms that are of importance, and you're thinking about what you've experienced in the swamps, trying to focus on that's has to come from the swamps, what comes from the swamps, and you're just thinking about diseases, and then you think of the moldening, and how particularly you think of the word rot whenever you're thinking about the moldening. And then your repertoire of knowledge kind of hits you. Rot. Things that have to do with damp air. This is a respiratory disease that you discovered last time. It's in her lungs. Rot. And now you see some black spots around her mouth where it's like coming out and growing. It's almost like a mold itself almost. And you start thinking more and more. And then you remember there are definitely various respiratory diseases that come from this, but something that usually happens when you're in the damp humidity of a marsh, and if you fall in the water or you get any of the water in your lungs or mouth, the humidity will start growing these spores inside of you. And this is caused by other means too, but this is one of the causes of it, if it's not spread. And this is a disease called sickle rot. I'll type it out for you. It is a very, very, very bad respiratory disease. Imagine in our world, imagine on par with like pneumonia, and if you don't take care of it, like that's how deadly it can be. And what you need is you have to get a proper cure for it. There are cures for sickle rot, but it is almost certain death if there's not a cure fast enough. But you have to make certain potions, and sickle rot can be spread through intentionally. People can make potions that spread sickle rot, and so one of the counters is to make a potion / a brew, like a herbal brew to counter it. But you'd have to get the supplies. And in a town like Maplewood, there's probably not anyone who has the skills to do so.
Do I have extensive knowledge on Port Crevice?
Maybe not extensive, but you have lived here in 7 years.
So would I know that? Oh, okay, sorry, go for it.
Yeah. You from living here 7 years, Port Crevice is the biggest port in Kadoy, so you're going to be able to find biggest port in Kadoy, one of the best-selling nations, has a lot of shit.
Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. So I would know for a fact that if I want, would I even have the knowledge to be able to create, or could I create a cure for sickle rot, or would I have to rely on someone?
Do you have proficiency in alchemist or herbalism kit? Alchemist tools or herbalism kit?
Do I have proficiency in an alchemist kit or a herbalist kit?
Yeah.
Herbalist what?
It's in your tool proficiencies.
Yes, I am proficient in herbalism kit.
You could, so the potion part maybe not, but you could potentially make an herbal brew for it, to help counter it.
Oh god.
But if you don't have the kit, you may not be able to, and you probably need to go and get a little bit more knowledge on what exactly, like which items you could use to brew. You would know right away that the bloodthorn roses or the redthorn roses you have could potentially be a supplement for some of the ingredients. But you right now you don't have the items to do so. You don't have. I don't think you have the kit, right? You have proficiency, but you don't have a kit.
I do not have a kit, unfortunately.
Okay. The closest people might be Aldania or even Pythonesium, because they're both talented in making potions, so they can potentially make it. But you've basically located what disease this is, but you need to go somewhere and find an apothecary or find a book and do a little bit of research.
I could probably find an apothecary at the port as well, right?
Yeah, potentially. And that's why you expect Travis went up there. If not, there's probably going to be information. You could look at books about. You basically look into some rotten research them. That's basically what you need to do at this point. You understand what it is, but you don't. It's just like you understand the disease. It's like knowing the flu, but not knowing how to cure it.
Do I know? Could I possibly know how long she has?
Yes. Make me another medicine check. And do it with advantage since you know the disease now. Okay. You realize It's been about 2 weeks since it started, and it's getting really bad. You know that one of the key signs and one of the reasons you figure this out, whenever the black spots start forming around someone's mouth from coughing so much, that means that it's getting closer and closer to their death. Now, she's not going to die in the next few days or anything, but she probably doesn't have wheats to spare. So, depending on how strongly she fights it as well, that will matter. But she does not have wheats left. Maybe 2 wheats. And then her body, it's not even that she'll die, but given too much longer than a week or 2 weeks' time, she won't be able to recover enough to survive even if she has a cure. At least normally. So yeah, she's pretty close to death's doorstep. If someone doesn't get back soon with a solution, poor Marcy Shelly there's nothing to do for her.
I just scratch my chin. Is there any way I can soothe her pain?
This is magic. You don't have the right magic to do it. You don't have the things. She's squirming and writhing in pain. There's nothing you can do besides watch her suffer, unless you cure it.
Can I give her a dream coin? Will I like help take her away?
You don't
get her extremely high.
You know the dream coin would have to be flipped, and if she cannot flip it herself, you have a doubt that it would work. You know she does not have the strength to do it.
Okay. Well.
And for all you know, she's already been contacted by the dream warden. You have no idea.
All right. I guess I'll just look towards. I forgot his name. I'm just look towards. I'm gonna look towards Billy. She has sickle rot.
Sickle rot? What is that?
It's curable. That's the good news. It's just she doesn't have long. Yeah, I know. Sorry for the roller coaster. Sorry for the up and down there.
How long?
I'd give her less than a week.
Travis, that bastard better hurry up.
Don't worry. I'll do my best to ensure she's cured. But for now, there's not much I can do here. Besides, come back. Hopefully me or Travis comes back with a cure.
I see. Well, I'm glad to at least finally know what it is.
Just make sure she's taken care of.
Contagious?
That's a good point. That's a good question. Is it contagious? I ask out of character.
Do you have proficiency in... Oh, you have insight. How about history? Do you have a proficiency in history?
I do not have proficiency in history.
No,
there's
no point in making it hard for you. You should. Yeah. I mean, this is your character. This is what you're built for. You know that Sirat is rather contagious.
Oh, God.
But a lot of times it comes down to if you breathe in the air too much, you're probably not... Oh, you could be at risk. There might be a small chance you did it. Especially if you don't clean your hands and stuff after touching her. But you spend a little bit of time with her. But Billy there... And this room is probably highly contaminated. And Billy also, you would think about this. Billy probably sells a lot of stuff to people working that front desk.
Hey, Billy. How many people have come by this store recently?
No.
I just bought clothes.
This is the general store. A lot of people. Everyone in town kind of relies off this place.
Billy?
Oh, actually, wait, I cleaned my clothes.
I think it might not be a bad idea if you keep the store closed for at least a week.
Oh no. It's contagious, isn't it?
I'm not saying it's contagious, but I can definitely guarantee you I can cure you both. And it seems very likely we might have to cure this entire town. So, Billy, if you can do me a solid and just, don't go around spreading it unless you get really comfy and cozy with, the local gangs and the Duke, then by all means go cough in their faces.
That's very specific.
By all means go cough in their faces, but close down the store. Can you do that for me, Billy?
Yes, I have no interest in hurting the town.
All right, perfect. And can you also give me some bandages as well, Billy? Can you do that for me?
Sure, just open up the thing behind you. I've kept all the supplies in here for Marcy.
Oh, I appreciate it. I open it up. What's in it?
I'll give you. I don't know exactly how I'll measure it. I'll say you have a. I'll say you have 2 bundles of medical supplies, or like, I say 2 pounds of general medical supplies.
Okay, Billy. How much is this going to cost to take me back?
Just don't worry about it. It's
sure?
enough that you've discovered the sickness, and if not for you, I would have just kept working. And hope it's not too late.
Billy. I'm sure it's going to be fine. Trust me. I've dealt with worse, and this is not that
so guilty.
bad. Don't
So guilty.
put my hand on Billy. Billy. Everything's going to be okay. Trust me.
You're right. You're right. I didn't know. We didn't know.
I'm a
You're right.
doctor.
Okay. Yes, you are.
All right, Billy. I wouldn't recommend you stay in that room all too long, but regardless,
Someone has to take care of her. It's too late for
exactly.
me.
So I'm glad you understand the risk you're putting yourself at. Thank you, Billy. This world needs more people like you.
Thank you.
If you see
Doctor.
some weirdo, by the way, who goes by the name of Rufus, can you like cough in his face a lot?
You mean?
By accident?
Oh, I know you're not from around here. Don't listen to those rumors. There's not actually a monster. It's just Rufus.
What?
Oh, or you're not talking about the legends?
What legends?
Of the baggy-eyed lurker?
The baggy eye lurker. Okay, sorry. Well, did you just hear that?
Yeah.
You know what? I don't have time for this. We gotta get to the next town. I'll be back. I'll be sure to cure you and Marcy. I put both hands on his shoulder. Don't worry. Do you have a sink in here, by the way?
Instantly wipe it off.
No.
Okay, well. Good luck. I'm gonna walk
Thank
over.
you.
I'm gonna hop over to. And remember, keep that store closed.
Okay.
Close the door behind me.
Quit whining. We're about to go.
You see Kara runs back out, probably about 10 minutes later. Maybe 15.
Guys, I really need to wash my hands.
All right.
So before we leave, I'm going to the fountain.
Very smart.
And I'm gonna wash my hands
Alright.
and hope for the best.
You don't have to go
Put
to
your
a
hands
fountain.
in the public fountain.
You don't even have to go to a fountain. There's like little water places nearby where the farmers are, like little tiny ponds or little places where they use wells and stuff for horses.
I'm gonna try
there's
my
little buckets
best
of water.
to wash my hands without contaminating as many things as I touch.
If you get help
Would
from
you like
someone
me
just
to
else-
wanna
get you
say-
some water?
I just want to say, whenever we took a bath, someone was like, "Why are you washing your new clothes? You just got them. They're brand new." This is why.
God gamer.
I mean, all my
Whoever
clothes
said
are
that,
washed.
this is why you always wash new stuff.
What is it? I'm gonna look towards Hawkins. Hawkins, can you pour water on my hands?
Oh yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I don't know if any of you have.
Splash.
I don't know if any of you
splash,
guys
splash.
carry around a thing of soap or if no one's bought any, but you don't really have. You have some disinfectant from your new medical supplies, but you know like why you're not using. soap
I'm gonna
anymore,
pour
so-
the swamp brew on my hands.
All right.
that
Genius.
that does work. At least
Just a
you
little
think.
bit. Just a
You
little
don't
bit.
use too much of it. You definitely catch
It's like
yourself.
ethanol.
You catch yourself being like, do I need to use more? I could drink this, and you end up
Go
using.
cure
you
my
use enough.
bottle.
Don't worry, Kira. We got more.
It's okay. No, stay safe. Don't open that bottle yet. We'll let it age a little more so we can drink it.
But yeah, you don't use a lot more. You still have a little bit left in that bottle, but yeah, it works. I mean,
Oh,
you've disinfected it. You can
Okay.
tell this stuff's strong enough to probably have done the job.
Oh, actually, okay, I'm gonna look towards the group. All right, guys. Medical supplies. I know the sickness that might be soon afflicting this entire town, so we might have more problems at hand. But that's okay. Because we're going to Port Crevice, right?
Right. Okay. Before we go, do we want to talk to the Duke and tell him about
No.
the Sprigs?
No.
Because technically, he can ask. I've forgotten her name. Kira, Kira's girlfriend, about
I kick off the mission.
And about our slavery and all that.
Oh, why would he? What would what would provoke that?
I don't know. I guess you're not wrong. All right.
Yeah, let's just get out of here. I hate this town.
All right. Well, so long, Maple Springs. You're a shithole.
It's Maplewood.
Maplewood, you're a shithole.
You gotta at least remember. If you're the leader, Hawkins, you gotta at least remember the town. Right?
Oh, don't remind me. Right then, before we go, Nu, you let yourself get captured earlier. Are you going to let that happen again?
Okay, didn't have to bring that up, man.
I just need to say it. Are you going to let that happen again?
Yeah, you really fucked us over with that one.
Ottens, you're experiencing a very similar situation to whenever you tried to talk about anything, whenever you left Sothis' lair. Everyone seems to be ignoring or beating around the bush.
It's a simple question.
I'm just going to lay back down.
All right. Well, as long as that doesn't happen again, we won't have a problem. Let's go, Tate.
Yeah,
let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here.
Perfect. And so you guys aren't stopping anywhere before? You're going straight to the gate? To the Maple Watts?
Straight to the gate.
You go back near the market and near the town hall, but you have to just go past them. As you see a bunch of people bustling in the market around the fountain. As you go by, you go onto a certain street, you start going past a bunch of houses, you go past the Leaping Frog, and eventually you reach the western gate. And there you see a large road sign that says, towards Port Crevice, Maple Waltz, or the Maple Waltz, which is the name of this long trade road that goes up there. And I'm assuming it's Hawkins who's driving the old vehicle, yes?
Right now we're probably going to be doing our rota, I assume, as we go.
Yeah. Well, now whenever as you get to the edge of this gate, and you're about to go out, you hear, I'm telling you, no. You are the ugliest turtle I've ever seen in my life. No, stop, Art! And you hear the voice of Shlomo Pigrider seemingly arguing with someone on the outside.
Oh my god, I wonder who it could be.
But that is where our...
Mama, you need a ride?
Well, you're not there yet. Our session ends before you hear this in the distance. You can very clearly recognize his voice. You guys have counted him quite a few times. But that's where we end our session for a couple weeks.
Newt is like, me.
Could be a pandemic. The last thing is in. I'm just looking towards Hawkins. Should I drive?
Yeah, if you don't mind, actually, I'm completely fucking tuck it out.
I'm human.
Brains.
But thank God we have finally, it only took us however many sessions, we finally escaped Maplewood.
Originally, one session.
Originally, I thought one session. Talk about wrong.
I have no idea how you thought that.
Well, I thought you guys were just gonna literally power through everything and be like, yeah, fuck all this shit, we're just leaving. I thought you guys would just be like, okay, let's see if there's horses. No horses, guess we'll walk. But instead you guys discovered basically everything. Literally everything. Literally went through all.
Did someone screenshot my rolls, by the way? For some reason it won't work. My screenshot button's not working.
Yeah, Saul's just volunteered to do it.
I shall end my stream. Thank you, stream.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
At stream.
Bye.